Yo, what is going on, everybody? We got, what do we got in there? Racer Batman came in there first. Dark Legacy coming in there second. Go to the party. Welcome on in. Millisecond too late. Yeah. That happens sometimes. It's the way that happens sometimes. I don't know where you get the snowballs from, or the snow from, I guess, at first. We got a lot of rain. It's a lot of mud. Should probably make a mud ball. Mud ball redeem. What I should have did. Let's see, just getting things loaded up here. Alright, I think everything is good. Had to refresh my beverage. And of course, we're starting off things this good. Okay, redeem's not working. Unbelievable. I know I say it. I know I say it all the time. Because as far as I get so tired of having to rely on third-party things to do their job. So much. It sucks so bad. I guess as far as when they don't do it what they're supposed to do. And it's a lot of it is out of my control. Yeah, so yesterday, for most of you that tuned in yesterday, the internet provider, I guess as far as decided to do some quote-unquote routine maintenance, I guess as far as cut the stream off before it could end officially. So that kind of sucked. It did eventually come back on, I guess as far as post-fact. But yeah, the fact that we rely on these services, I guess as far as to do their job, way more than we should. So it gets kind of annoying. Alright, so I'm just making sure all that's good to go. Alright, we'll continue to monitor that. I don't know if that's going to be good or not. Obviously some of the sound alerts are working. Anywho, yeah, so I guess we can consider ourselves to be a wet Wednesday. It's very wet out. We actually had a thunderstorm rip through over the overnight. I guess it was supposed to be ice-snow mix, but I didn't see any ice. Didn't see any ice. So where are we at here? So we did get ourselves a Malibu. Yep, we found this Malibu, I guess, as far as at the auction. So we'll probably get that one worked on. I don't think we ever did find any other trims of the Chevelle. We did not. So, you know what? I'm going to do one round robin just to see if we can acquire that. And then, if nothing else, we'll just get into that Malibu. Let's do that. That sounds like a good plan. Didn't really have much of a plan, I guess, as far as here, other than probably that car. It's been kind of a wacky wet Wednesday. Alright, so let's see if we can find a Chevelle. So we already got the Malibu, as we've seen. Maybe it was like black car. I was trying to remember what color car it was. But nothing in the salvage auction here so far. Nope. Okay, so nothing in the salvage auction. Let's try this auction. Okay, we got a C10 Street. We already have one of those. Oh, there's a black car, but that's not what we're looking for. GTO. We already have the Drag Custom. One of my own configs of that car. And, well, son of a gun. Alright, so nothing here at the auctions. We'll check out a barn next. I can see what's going on at the barns. I'll just do one round robin just to see if we can find it. We'll probably come back into this as far as to see if we can find that Chevelle. If nothing else, we got that Malibu. Everybody's Wednesday's been doing good. Okay. So, yeah, let's go check out a barn. Still over 100? Go. What do we got going on at the barns today? Anything good? Okay, do we got anything loose? Do not. I see another. Ooh, which one's this one? That's just the stock C10. We already have one of those. What do we got back here? Got a C4 vet. Nice. Supercharged. Oh yeah. Not what we're looking for though. And we got a 57 drag. This is one of our own configurations of that default 57 drag. Nice. Okay, so not the cars we're looking for though. So let's take a look around the barn and see if we can find a crate on our way out. Got a funny feeling it's going to be at the front of the barn. We'll check back here first. Work our way to the front. Okay, so nothing in this corner. Okay. That's the 57. Yeah, I got a funny feeling it's going to be towards the front of the barn. Oh, thought that was the box there for a second. Okay, what about around the C10? A little bit stripped over. Okay, we're at the front of the barn. And what do we have here? So far, no crate. We already looked at that. Nope, I already got that one. Okay, cool. Kind of lost my place here. Wait a minute, is that a roll bar? That's a legacy rear window. Okay, go. Still working on our drag Gen 2, I guess, as far as to get stuff like the roll bar in there. I don't think I'll do it, I guess, as far as to where it's a part of the window. An interesting approach, but where is this crate at? I feel like I did look at all the piles. Yeah, I know. Oh. What did I miss? I already got that. Gotta be a small pile, I guess, now. Just a small pile. It's gonna be one with like one box. There it is. Like I figured. You're hiding pretty good. Alright, so we got our crate. Let's head back to the house. We know what's in there, just gotta find it, little bugger. Yeah, we'll do junkyard next. I guess as far as if we don't find it, that's okie dokie. We'll just go and move on to the Malibu. And once we get done with the Malibu, then we'll see if we can we'll do another round robin, set of round robins. See if we can find that. Chevelle. So we're down to 99. Okay, cool. Go with junkyard. What's at the junkyards today? Alright, we got anything loose? Negative. Alright. Check our cars out. Nothing on that corner, nothing in that spot. We got slim pickings here so far. Slim pickings. Check out the 69 drag or Resto mod. That was a Resto mod. Yep, LS3 Resto mod. Pretty well picked over on that one. That's definitely not Chevelle. No Chevelles under the canopy. Ooh, we got a bug over here. Is that Herbie? What? No. That is the Herbie. It's a Herbie. Nice. Not what we're looking for, though. No Chevelles, no Chevelles, okay. No Chevelles. Bummer. Okay, we'll check a couple piles on our way out. See if there's a map. We're down to 99, as we saw. Alright, no map, no cars. That's one round robin. In the books. Alright, we'll get back here. Gets as far as we'll start work on this Malibu. Something I did want to check with that this Chevelle, I guess, as far as there's no drag configuration. I guess as far as with it, so I need to confirm that. Okay, what is this doing? Get that out of here. I don't know what that was all about. Alright, I gotta check that. Alright, so far so good. Alright, so we didn't find the Chevelle. We're gonna open up our crate from that barn. See what we get out of this one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, get your tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Good chunk of credits, hell yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch your tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch your tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And working our way to level 128. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Cool. Kind of racking up those scrap points now. Sweet. Alright, so, inventory's clear. I do think this one does start. I think it just needed some oil. I'm gonna put some, top it up with some fresh oil. See if we can get it running. I think it was a 3-star over at the auction. Alright, let's check her status here on Motor Honey. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see if she'll start. She's a runner. Well, that's center console shifter there. That's cool. Even in the Malibu. So not on the tree. 3 on the tree. So let's leave that there. Let's get this one fixed up, shall we? So she's mostly all in yellow. Yep. So we'll weld the frame. Get that one. Whoa. Not what I wanted. Weld the frame. $9.50 to get her welded. Oh my goodness, what is going on there? What the heck was that all about? Huh? The heck is going on here? Game, what are you doing? I'm gonna let that settle down here a little bit. No idea what that was all about. The frick was that all about? Did you get it welded? What the heck was that all about? 100%? Okay, that's good on that. Wish I knew what that was all about. Give me a second here. And tried to open. I know Windows did its update. It should. Do not disturb is I don't know why it did that. That's not cool. Not cool. Anyway. Always drives me nuts when Windows does updates because it's always screwing something up. Anyway, so good on that. Let's do some body work. So it only did that, I guess, as far as when I tried to weld. So I don't know if that was just because of that. It's never done that before, so I'm not really sure. Interesting bead rolling on this thing here. Okay. I've been trying some different approaches to the bead rolling on the underbodies. That's definitely pretty interesting. This one did not have, so I took this approach, I guess, as far as on a Gen 2, I guess, as far as just to do a box-in type of trunk area. But I don't know, I guess, as far as I've got it to the point now where it does have some of the wheel well. This is kind of show. Kind of turned out pretty good. I think this one's pretty decent. I like the way they did this one. This one's the drag version, and even has the bead rolling, I guess, as far as on the back plate here for the seat. Even got the hinges on there for the. This is pretty solid. I like that. Hell, I didn't even know that it had the sticker for the. That's pretty cool. Nice. Just realized that. Some really cool detail on that. Anyway, let's get some body work done on this guy. We got her welded. Cleaned up pretty nice. Get the winders out. Probably get those replaced. Yeah, even the louvers on the side marker lights, that's pretty solid. These should be repairable. Mm-hmm. We got a front end on this one. Sweet. Very nice. It's got an engine cover. Yes. It does. Mm-hmm. Cool. Let's go get these parts fixed up. Malibu. Well, that's a nice touch, I guess, as far as okay. Malibu. Try not to break any parts, I guess, as far as we did break some parts there last time we were in here. What happened? I was gonna say, what happened to my music? There it goes. I'm gonna have to smack that radio unit up. So it's pretty cool. It does have the grill. We do have the grill available on our Gen 2. I like how that's done. That's pretty neat. Harder tonight. Alright, let's get this back on the car. I'm kind of digging this color. It's kind of like bronze. Like a copper bronze. Oh, there's a gap right there. The I've had my fair share of troubles with trying to get gaps like this out of the car. There's a little bit of a gap here, I guess, as far as on the... Mm-hmm. It's not perfect, but I understand the struggle. Alright, let's get these panels back on. Still not a bad car. Could use a little bit of refinement on that in that regard. Front bumper. Cool. Door. Winders. We'll get some new winders here in a second. Rear bumper is repaired. But yeah, being at the 70, it had this style of tail lights. I can't remember which year it was, I guess, as far as they had the round lights, similar to the Camaro. I think it was later, I guess, as far as it did the round lights in the back. Yeah, something like that. Not as familiar with the Chevelles or Malibus as I am the Camaros of that generation. Okay, so we need mirror. Okay, that's good. This one only probably had the mirror on the one side. Yep. Get some new winders. That's for this guy. New windshield. I've been playing around with that idea too, as far as to include the windshield wipers, I guess, as far as with the windshield. Now, the fact on the Gen 2 Camaro, in particular, it has the wipers are kind of tucked under the bottom side of the hood into the cowl. So, debating whether or not I want to put those in. Is that going to be that much needed of a detail? Maybe. Okay, let's get ourselves a new back window. I think I'm going to hold on putting the engine cover back in until we get the engine all done. Okay, why did I do that? Go to here, let's get these two winders. Alright, so we should be 100%, 90%. So that means the last 10% should be license plates. Cool. Alright, let's do some interior. Do a disassemble. No backseat. Must have been missing a backseat. Alright, so let's do assemble. No backseat, so it must have a static spare seat. I gotta check that out. Go to the interior shop for these items. Supernova. DBX steering wheel, nice. Assemble. I'll take a closer look at that back seat. That is not what I wanted. Normal. There we go. So, what does this have? Yeah, it's got a static back seat. Let me get a better look at it. Bro. Alright, let's do it this way. Yeah, it's got a that's cool. I like that. That's the approach that we've taken to our Gen 2. We put a static back seat into it. So it's kind of interesting to see the approaches that are taken with that. Yep, so we got a static back seat in ours. Yeah, the interior work is still coming along. Slowly but surely. We're hoping to get that done near sooner than later. Alright, so we put that winder back in. Gotta check out that static back seat. Nice. Okay, so we should be back to 90% there. Interior looks like we just need to detail it. I never detail them from the auction. Kind of annoying. Clean her up. Alright, now we should be good on the interior. Awesome sauce. Alright, now we just got the other parts to work on. So we know it runs. We'll go ahead and pull the engine. We'll get that fixed up. So looks like these, yeah, those are of a 3D nature, I guess, as far as of the displacement. I'm working on something similar for the Camaro. I like that. That's pretty cool. Let's get the oil drain. Oil is still pretty deep, good shape. And we do got some gaps. Hold on. Go from here. Where's that at? Oh, I see. So there's just through the transmission tunnel. Okay. Very minimal. Yeah, through the transmission tunnel you can see inside of the car. here. That's okay. Alrighty then. So how do they do the cutouts for here? So no fender, no backside to the fender wells. Okay, interesting approach. It does have a frame. Cross member. Lines up pretty well too, I guess, as far as with everything. It's solid. Pretty decent. So the lifter, I guess, as far as actually is on the underbody of the car. Kind of like the way the things line up on this thing. I've been trying so hard to get these stuff on the Gen 2, I guess, Camaro, I guess, as far as to do that. Anywho, let's break this down. Got the oil drained. I see a rusty bolt. Okay, so I gotta refresh some things here. Give me a second. Alright, let me get it there. So let's get the downpipe. So this one has, yep, 2-part downpipe. Am I seeing that right? Is that engine black? That must be just in the lighting, okay. Like, yep, it's just the lighting. For a minute there, I thought it was painted black. It's like, that shouldn't be that way. Alright, we should have enough out of there to get that pulled. Yeah, I really like this color on this thing. It's like a bronze. What they call that one. Yeet her out. She's out of there. We'll get this on the stand, and we'll do some work out here on the preliminaries in the engine bay. Do I have any of these built? That's the OHV, yeah. We have V8 OHV. Do I have any built? See if we do. V8 OHV. I got the 1 carb, 2 carb. So no OHVs. Oh, I do have 1. You know what? We're gonna pull that out. We'll still probably fix that one up. Do some preliminaries here in the engine bay. Wait a minute. What is this part here? What is going on with that little bit there, I guess, as far as coming off the tunnel? That's weird. I don't know why they did that. Got this little piece right here. Interesting. Okay, so let's do... Need to drain the radiator. Take that out. That fixed up. We'll charge the battery. It does have power steering on this thing. Drain that out. Fuse panel. We'll get this all fixed up. So, same type of fuse panel I've used on the Gen 2 Camaro. I don't know how these were on the Chevelles, but I know on the Gen 2 Camaros they had these under the dash. So I assume that's probably in the correct position there. Let's drain the servo out. Got everything out of there. So on the core, I guess as far as they got the badging on there. Sweet. Let's get this bug container. Bug juice container. Alright, let's get a new deal for that. Okay. And let's fix up what we can over on the bench. We started the battery. While we're at it. Multitasking. Okay, so let's get these back in. Use a box base. Get a new power steering reservoir. What's going on there, Jackdaw? Good evening. Battery should be charged. Radiator is fixed up. Get those fusion relays here in a moment. Yeah, it's got some little bits in here, I guess, as far as I'm not quite sure why that's there. Like, no cutout for the transmission tunnel, but it's got that there. Wonder if that was... So I tend to like to design like a cutter for the piece where I want to put a hole. I wonder if that's what this is going on. Well, like, that's the shape of the hole that was supposed to go in there, but they didn't actually cut it. I wonder if that's what's going on. I like the fact they got the bolts on the fender. That's a nice little touch. Nice touch. So let's put our fusion relays in. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I want to go with this one. There we go. Get some fusion relays. So many fusion relays. Let's do this one. Maybe let's do these big boys. Do those. Or these little fellows. One of those. 3 of these. Half a dozen of the other. And that's all that. Cool. Get those in. So we already got an engine built. That's half the battle. Probably still will refurbish, I guess, as far as the engine that was in here. At some point. Okay, so I think that is the majority. Let's put the battery back in. Of the engine bay. Yep, got that in there. Sweet. So we do have an engine already. I guess I'm going to go ahead and fix up the front end before we put that engine in there. Good old rusty lug. And shine these up a little better. So double wishbone suspension. Very popular as far as the double wishbone for this era. Okay, we need wheel bearing out. Wheel hub out. Active plates. Tie rods. Plan for today is to work this one, and we're going to see if we can find a Chevelle. We did one round robin, I guess, as far as, and we're not successful. It's out there somewhere, we just gotta find it. But this one we're gonna fix up. We'll probably keep this one. This is like the base model for the Chevelle. Be it the Malibu. Kinda like the color on it. Got that bronzy copper. Solid color. Knuckle. Sway bar. Steering rack. Bushings. We'll get all new ones. There we go. Let's get these. So we got some rotors we can machine. Pretty good shape, but we'll get them 100%. Anytime now, we should be getting, hopefully, the demo for CMS 26. I'm kind of not trying to rush it because I feel like I get into the rush with finishing up the Gen 2 Camaro. I want to have enough of it done to see if it's going to be easily portable into the new next rendition. So if it works in here, fine. Get it all squared away. Then the hope is... Oh, crap. Nope, we didn't break it, though. That was close. That was a close call. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this is a cool color. I like that color. Apparently it is factory. That's a factory color code. Right, let's get this other rotor. We'll get some new brake pads. Pads. Let's get some pads. Need some wheel bearing stuff. This is for the front end. Caps. Tie rod stuff. Alright. What else do we need? 12 rubber bushings. For that setup. Double wishbone and all that. 12 of those. Let's go ahead and take apart our shock assemblies. Got the white walls in it. Just realized that too. It's got the semi-white wall on it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. It's gonna go here. That's we need end links. 2 of those, 2 of these. Where's my springs? Alright, let's get some new ones of those. 2 new end links. 2 new shocks. Caps. And some springs. Get those back together. Oop, let me take that off first. I think the only other thing we're missing is sway bar. Where's our sway bar at? That is... Where's that sway bar at? That should be suspension, yeah? Really? Be under suspension. Where'd that sway bar at? Really? Alright, we'll get to it. got the majority of the stuff we need here to get this back together. Let's get our subframe in. New bushings. What if you tone that down a bit and become more champagne? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to get the exact colors there. I would think no, because champagne's more of a green and yellow. Got more green and yellow hue from what I've tested there. I wish there was a more one-to-one, I guess, as far as to how the color codes for the factory color codes. It's not really one-to-one, I guess, as far as like you get the code, I guess, as far as the factory code for the color, you just plug it in there and that's the right one. It's like, it doesn't work that way in this game. It's all X code. You gotta really play around with it. I mean, there's ways to convert it for sure, but seems to be not that simple. Yeah, I wish it was just as simple as far as get the paint code, plug it in the game, and voila. Because I've had to fiddle with trying to get that blue sapphire metallic that I used to have on my 76 Camaro. That's the closest I've been able to come to what we got on the one outside. Okay, pack that full of grease, cap that off. Get our tie rods in. Tie in the steering, cool. Get our shock assembly. And sway bar, there it is. Put that on the list, get a new sway bar. And links. Rotors are remachined, new pads, new bearings. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Calipers are refurbished. Marvelous. Let's get our control arms. Shock assembly. All brand new. Wait, alright, tie rod stuff. What's going on there, Jono? Alright, we're going to deal with these tires. Ready for tires. So, do we have them the same all the way around? Yes, 215 7014s. Get these pulled apart. So we could get 4 new tires. They're all the same. Back to what we'll do. Let's go to here. Boop. 4 new ones of those. Go to the tire shop. So 215 7014. 14-inch. More of them. 215 wide. And 70 on the sidewall. Ta-da! Okay, let's get this one there. Let's fix up these rims for the front. All repairable. Wait, let's put those on our new tires. I don't remember. I think the white walls that used to be on these cars, they weren't quite as thick. It was a lot thinner line, so I think this is the closest we have of that. Because we really only have the 2 different styles. Yeah, this is the thinnest one, so it was even thinner than this one. As far as in reality. I guess that's the closest we could get, I guess, as far as to getting that thin band, I guess, as far as a white wall around the tire. Doesn't look terrible, but yeah, in reality, these were a lot thinner. Okay, let's get these balanced. Must have the balance. Alrighty then, let's get those on the front. Front end's just about done. And ready then. So that's ready for the engine. I'm gonna work on the rear end here. Do the rear end. Another rusty lug. The old-fashioned drum brakes on this one. Leaf springs. Whoops. And get it all the way out. Knuckle shocks. We'll have to get new ones. Alright, let's get this fuel tank out. That's repairable. That is not. Pretty bald tires. Get some new treads on it. So we had that one, and this is what they should look like. I guess the newer ones aren't that much better. Okay. Still look pretty bald even if they're brand new. Interesting. It's like borderline slick. Some rusty parts there on the rear end. And the rear end itself. Ooh, all repairable. Awesome. Let's go get our drums remachined. Fix up these other parts. I'm surprised no one's really asked me as far as why we don't just use this repair bench next to the we got this guy here too. Nobody's ever asked me that. That's a good question too, because I go all the way across the room when you got a bench right here. Get this other drum. I guess I just want my exercise. That could be my only answer. What's going on there, Sleepy Swede? Oh, not much. Just working on a Chevy Malibu. Fixing that up. Just about done with it, actually. Working on the rear end. Alright, that's all good. So we got our drums. Shoes should be good. I'm going to need 4 new small rubber bushings. Yeah, let's go back to this store. Let's do some rubber bushings. Rubber bushings, you're the one. And we need 4 of those. I need some new brake pads. No, those have shoes. Get back. Scratch that. So I think we're good on this one then. That's all we needed. Get this back together. Definitely need some new exhaust. How do you level up and repair? Your workbench, your toolbox. So typically, I guess as far as it would be on this here. So your mount speed, screw speed, movement speed. All this stuff. I'm going to focus on all that. Just leaving it up there, I guess, as far as so you get a good look at that. I don't know if you've checked out the toolbox to make sure get that upgraded. So these are the garage expansions. Yep, just focus on most all this stuff. I'll get you to the different levels, and obviously you gotta get your level up as well, I guess, as far as to get different parts repairable. So the combination of getting your level up and also just checking your toolbox, make sure you get that stuff upgraded. So it's kind of like a multi-fold process there. Alright, we need 2 new shacks. It's shocking, I know. Mine tells me I need to be level 6 to repair a hood. Yep. So level 6 means level 6 on your level here. What level are you at? Looking at this again. Screw speed, mount speed. Yeah, so if you're not at level 6, I guess oh. So we're at the top. Right, that's right. So if you're not at least level 6, yeah, you won't be able to do that yet. You're at 15. You didn't get it now. So what garage expansions do you have? Let's go with that route. So what garage expansions do you have? So I'm gonna look and see here. So there are different levels. There's the paint shop, car wash, test path, lifter. Paint shop level 2. Salvaging. Garage expansion. Paint shop level 1. And the dyno. I don't know which one it is specifically. Level 6? I'm trying to think. Man, it's been a while since I've had to do that. I don't know. I just get... I thought it was more or less just this level. So if you're at 15, check your toolbox anyway, I guess, as far as to make sure got the proper levels in there. I don't remember which one it is specifically. Chance to fix is this. I don't remember if it was this guy. I can't remember for sure. But check your toolbox. Yeah, if you're at level 15, that means you got like auctions and all that stuff too. That's cool. You have them all. I've cheated now. The game gives me bad. Well, how did you cheat? You have them all green and unlocked. Well, if you got them all unlocked, I guess that doesn't make any sense. How did you cheat? You didn't use any crazy mods, I guess, as far as to cheat money in or anything, did you? Because if you did that, then you probably screwed it all up. Yeah, if you got everything green, as far as in the toolbox there should be no reason you shouldn't be able to repair the parts. It may come down to... Now, if it's a hood, that's a different table. I was looking at just the other parts. So if it's a hood, that's a body paint. You might need the paint shop. Get the proper upgrades to the paint shop. That's for body parts if you're talking about a hood. Yeah, other parts are going to be different, I guess, as far as besides the body parts. Cheat engine. Please don't ban me. I ain't gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. I'm just telling you, I guess, as far as that might be part of the reason why you're not getting the certain things, I guess, as far as available. If you're running cheat mods, probably breaking some things as far as how they're supposed to work. I don't recommend, I guess, as far as to use that stuff. Quite honestly, I ain't gonna ban you for that. I mean, that's silly. Sandbox. Yeah, what mode are you in? I guess that's probably another good mention. Like, what mode are you in? You in sandbox? Because if sandbox, it doesn't really, anything you do, I guess as far as with the toolbox, whatever, it doesn't take effect if you're doing sandbox. Because sandbox is just kind of, you know, just playing it loosely, and a lot of the things that you do in the toolbox aren't going to matter. In fact, I don't even think you're supposed to get the stuff in the sandbox, in sandbox mode. Okay, so this is repaired. Okay, we did get new tires. We just got to fix up the rims on this one. Did I get those all pulled apart? I don't remember if I did. Nope. Cheat engine is a problem? Probably. More than likely. Why I don't recommend that, because you'll end up with having problems like that. Don't think you're in sandbox? You would know. So like if you just started the game from scratch, I guess as far as from the menus, you're just going to be in normal. So you'd have to physically select that as far as sandbox or hard mode. So like for me, I'll save this up here for a second. Let's go to the main menu. Already saved it, we're good. So when you in the main menu, when you start your game, you go like this, you do a new game, enter your profile name. I'll just put this in your test, and then continue. It's going to give you easy, normal, export, or sandbox. You have to select these manually once you start a new deal. So if you didn't do sandbox and did easy or normal, then you should be okay. But that cheat engine is probably really what's screwing you up. Alright, we're going to go back to the main menu. And we're not going to worry about that one. Let's just load up our new game. Got quite a few hours in this one. Now, on Steam, it's showing over 1,000. So I'm not sure why that one's that low. Kind of weird. Probably includes, I guess, as far as a lot of editor time, too. I got quite a bit of time in the editor. I cheated because I wanted to get the game full out to learn, then go back and play it. That's understandable. I mean, I've heard of other people doing that too, but that's probably why you're having the problems you are with getting the different levels. Yeah, not sandbox. So you probably did easy or normal. We're in normal mode on this one. Seems to be a nice middle ground. Okay, where were we at? We were doing tires? Yeah. Right that. Okay, we're all separated. Let's go get these rims fixed up. And we already got the new tires, so we're good there. Yeah, not a terrible way to go about it, to use the cheat engine, but you're kind of missing some things, I guess, as far as how you get things done. Just like that, as far as like being able to get the, yeah, just getting the different things done with using the cheat engines. Alright, so we got those fixed up. Let's get our new tires on them. You were just curious what's wrong? You can still play and buy new parts, so yeah, I mean, you can still do that. Absolutely. But it's not going to give you the full experience of all the game's design by using the cheat engine. Because it's going to let you go through all the motions, I guess, as far as differently than the game's design. Hence why they call it a cheat engine. Alright, so those are done. Let's get these back on the rear end. And I'll finish up the underbody. Pretty simple rear end on this one. Okay. So, check our status. Still gotta get the engine in there. So yeah, once we get the engine in there, we should be better shape. Alright, let's get the engine in. You just got a C10, Bel Air 57, Bel Air 65. Yeah, we're still looking for the 70 Chevelle. We got the Malibu. Yeah, we did one round robin, I guess, as far as to see if we can find the Chevelle. Settled on the Malibu here for now. So we need our engine. So we need our let's get our crane. So we already got an engine built. Lap that up in 100% green build. Cool. And let's get this out of the way. He's in there. Let's button up our bottom end. So the Chevelle on this one here, look at that, is 3D. I like that approach. Using the 3D badges. Yep. 3D badges on the fenders. Nice. Alright, let's get this button up on the bottom. God, I hate when it does that. Stop doing that. I'm focused right there. Thank you. Don't do that. Alright, and we'll put our starter in. We get all new downpipes for the exhaust. So we need this straight pipe, that pipe, this pipe, and that pipe. Two of these, and two of those. Ooh, alright, let's get our drive shaft back in. We got the rear end done. And we'll finish up with that exhaust. Cleaned up really nice. Okay, let's take all this out. No cats and no catalytic converters on this one's got turbo resonators though. You just finished this front suspension on, and rear suspension is new. Found in the junkyard with 2 wheels and missing door. No engine either. Yeah, pretty stripped down, I guess, as far as from the junkyard. That's why I like to use the salvage auction mostly. Alright, let's get some new exhaust. Usually it's a little bit more complete when you get it from the salvage auction, especially if it's like a 3-star. That's usually my approach anyway. Oh, that's not the right one. Not the right one. Hold on. Get that out of there. Did I not get... There we go. So we need these 2 middle mufflers. Okay. There we go. Now I think we got everything. Brand new, and brand new. Ta-da! So we should be 97%. Okay, what did we miss? Checker list. I forgot. Ooh, got some U-bolts and... Oh, okay. That's on the rear end. Okay. Didn't get it strapped onto the axle housing. Oops. I want that flopping around back here. Yeah, it's pretty rough, I guess, as far as when it has no engine at all in it. That is pretty rough. Okay, let's see our status now. 100%. So, last 10% on the body is going to be the plates, which I'm not going to really worry about that right meow. Cool. Alright, she is done. Get some fluids into her. Get her all the way on the ground. We bought this from the auction. Yeah, most of the cars that we're working on lately are just potentially our own cars. We may end up keeping this one, because it is just the base model for the Chevelle, be it the Malibu. So we'll probably end up keeping it, I think. Let's get some motor honey into this guy. And we got a raffle. Yeah, we've stopped working on customer cars a long time ago. We've got all the missions done. Got those all done. In fact, I think I did change... I gotta double check that. Did I change that redeem on here? That just reminded me. I did take that out. Okay, cool. Yep. Just that. Cool. Just making sure. So yeah, we're pretty good on our oil. No more to honey. Let's get some cherry juice in this container. Why is there no radiator hoses in the game? That's a good question. Very good question. A lot of the yeah, a lot of the cars, some of the mod cars do have radiator hoses. Not all of them. Yeah, it's a very good question. I've always tended to question that myself. There are bonus parts that you can do for that kind of stuff, but that requires you to create a new configuration and get those things added. But yeah, as far as I'm having them in there by default, either on the mod car or even the default cars. What I'm starting to see with a lot of these mod cars from Steam Workshop is they at least add a shroud to the radiator, which is kind of cool. In fact, we can put that back on here. So adding stuff like this, I guess, as far as definitely makes it a little bit more complete. So we gotta get some bug juice in here. No, get it. Oh, I hate when I do that. Trying to put the fluid in. Thank you very much. There we go. If you don't click on the right part of it, I guess, as far as it just pulls it out. Oh, they absolutely can. I don't disagree. I guess they're just a little bit tougher to make those. I guess if... how do we put this? I guess as far as if... Hoses, I guess as far as they're flexible. Right? So it's like, I think to make a rigid... You'd have to make so many different radiator hoses because of all the different configurations of the engines. It was just probably too much. You know? Because you'd have to have like a different one for every different type of configuration. That'd be a lot of different hoses. There's no one static hose, I guess, as far as would fit, I guess, as far as properly. That's the only reason I can think of as to why they didn't include hoses. I think we got all the fluids in there. So motor honey, grape juice, cherry juice, that juice. I've got the radiator. Do the radiator. Bro. What's going on here? There we go. They could make it work like a slinky. I think that's the problem, though. I think not being able to make it dynamic, that's the only reason why they didn't bother with it. Because a lot of parts like that, when you make them super flexible like that, especially in Unity, it gets a little wonky. You get crazy things happen with the game, I guess, as far as... So I think they just decided to leave it out due to the mechanics of making it flexible, like a slinky. And then also, I guess, as far as... If you go the static route, I guess, as far as you'd have to have so many different types of hoses to make everything line up, I guess, as far as on the different configurations. So just from a game designing standpoint, I kind of understand why they left it out. Alright, there's Sleepy Sweet. I appreciate you stopping in. Hopefully get some things figured out, I guess, as far as the gameplay. Yeah, whether or not you do remove, I guess, as far as the cheat engine, I guess, as far as that might help you out. Okay, we are 95% on body, so that's that last bit, I guess, as far as there's going to be a license plate. I think we're good to go. All the fluids are in there. Let's go get it over and get some alignments done. But yeah, probably not incredibly wrong there, the minion. I mean, you have to kind of understand, I guess, as far as the game design aspect, as far as what engine you're working with, in order to understand what's possible. So I know a little bit about the Unity engine as far as what can be done and what can't be done to make it the game run smooth, so you don't get a lot of wonkiness in it. You know, some developers have done a much better job, I guess, as far as being able to, you know, get things to work in certain engines, game engines. Alright, so everything's aligned. Let's check this out in the dyno. So we can get, I think it was 305 horse, right? Yep. 305 horsepower. No other swaps for this either. This standard Malibu. Alright, gets a little noisy in here just for anybody that's new here. So got the volumes turned up, the earbuds in there, just fair warning. Nice. We did accomplish all that base horsepower. Got her in the Class D 170. Excuse me, 175. So we know what we got to do. We got to check this out at this drag strip. And that's, there we go. Won't let me sit in it. All right, let's go ahead and check this out at the strip. Alright, let's see what she can do. I expect her to be a little bit slow. We get a change. Oh, that was a weird pause. Anyway, let's check this out at a quarter mile. We get to go against a Lotus. The Spirit. Inline 4, Lotus. We should be able to cream this thing. See what's going on. So I wonder if all the trims of the Chevelle have the clock on the dash, or if this is only for the Malibu. I want to take a look and see if that's the case with that. So I had played around with the idea of putting the clock, this similar type of cluster, on the Gen 2 Camaro, because they did offer it in the Gen 2, just not necessarily in the 70. So that's kind of why I left it out, I guess. Runs pretty good for no performance parts. Broke the 14-second barrier. Not shabby at all. Solid 305 in this one. Alright, let's get something. Let's try against this guy. Police DLC. Alright, let's see what we got here. I like how it burns out, I guess, as far as in the first gear. I like the gears on this one. Gears on this one are solid. Yeah, we're basically a 14-second car. No tuning to it. Got the 5 Series BMW. Got that V6 in it. V6 dual head cam. So other than second gear being a little bit taller, I guess as far as we could tweak that if we wanted to, but I don't feel like it really needs to be. As far as dragging it. No. Oh, here's another one. There's another Malibu. Basically our twin. Check that out. That's basically our twin. See if we can beat our twin. Yeah, it's very tall in that second gear. This is a solid car. For no tuning. I like it. Yeah, it's a big boat. Let's try... Ooh, there's our Z28 trim of our Gen 2 Camaro. Same engine. Just a Camaro. So it's a 70 Camaro, gets a 70 Chevelle Malibu. beat us. That one got us. Wow, 13.8. Look at that. That's a good race. Yep, definitely had us fair and square. That would have any tuning? No tuning on it either. That's Z28. It's got a little bit more horsepower than our Malibu. Slightly more. Do one more. Let's do the C10 stock, 85 step side. 2 carbo HV. So by the displacement here with the slicks, yeah, it should be able to beat us. By all those numbers. See what our Malibu can do. My goodness, I would have not expected that to happen. But with the slicks and the tuning on that 2 carb, we have come to find that this engine here out of the OHVs is a pretty stout engine. Pretty stout engines, and that just goes to prove it again. So we got to sell a little Malibu here. No tuning on it. So the only thing I would probably adjust on it be a performance gearbox, just to kind of smooth out that second gear, make it less tall. If I was to do anything at all. Oh, we got the creepy guy looking at our Malibu. Can't have it. Nope. It's mine. Can't have it. Cannot have it. Alright, so we're going to put this back over on the left. And what we'll probably have to do is make some room. Still looking for that that Chevelle. Yeah. We got a nice mix of cars out here now. We got a lot of Chevys. Love our Chevys. So we even got our Chevy cargo van, got our Bel Air. Got a couple Consenings out there, but solid. Alright, let's do some more round robin. We got some scrapping to do. I almost forgot about that. Do a little bit of scrapping, a little bit of selling. We'll probably put a plate on that there eventually. I think we'll keep it just for prosperity. Alright, where's our scrap parts? Parts here. Not too many parts we had to scrap. Car was in pretty good shape. We were able to fix up quite a few of the parts. Solid car. We need to take a look too. So we were in the hole with that one. We should be out of the hole by fixing it all up. I think we're good 9 or 10,000 in the hole with that Malibu. Those at the auction, they made us pay for it. They definitely made us pay for it. Alright, so there's all those parts. Let's go ahead and sell the rest of these. Yeah, sounds good. Boop. And just like that, we're cleared out. Yeah, so we should be out of the hole. Oh yeah, easily. Didn't quite double our money. Did not quite double our money, but not bad. For base level, I guess as far as Chevelle Malibu. Yeah, so now we gotta find the Chevelle. Oh, you gotta find an upgrade. So let's go to car auctions. See what we got over here now. We'll start some another round here of round robins. If we can't find this puppy. Okay, there's another Malibu. So we already worked on that. We finished that one up. So we're looking for the Chevelle. Drag custom, another drag. We're finding a lot of these drag customs over here at the salvage auctions. Okay, so nothing over here. What's wrong about over here? Nope. So only one we had is a Malibu. Alright, we'll check out a barn next. We'll check out that barn next. We're on the hunt for that Chevelle. Yeah, so we'll be checking out a barn here next. I was hoping to have something more done, I guess, as far as with the Gen 2. I'm trying to think what we did do. So we did a little bit more interior. Been working pretty heavily on a drag interior, just an overall drag build, I guess, as far as so having a more gutted out interior, roll cage and all that stuff into the drag. That's been a lot of what I've been done, but it's still not very unpolished yet, so not ready to show that one off. I was hoping to have something for today, but just not enough, not done enough. So let's go check out another barn. See what we got here in the barn. I'm trying to figure out why that game went out of whack there just further there. So nothing loose. What kind of cars we got in here today? So we got a Porsche 911. Merca. I think we already had one of those. I know we've worked on a couple of them. What other cars we got in here? We have, what's back here? That's a Chevy Nova. SS. Not what we're looking for. We have one more car in here. Where's the other car? Oh, we got a C1. What's this one? C1 Standard. Good chunk of money, I guess, as far as for that C1 Standard. We already have one, so very customizable on that guy. Alright, we did not find the car we're looking for in this barn. So check out some of the files if we can find a crate. So this is towards the front of the barn, yeah. There it is, right here at the front of the barn. Beautiful. That was nice and slick and sweet and quick. Let's just get out of here with that. So I guess we'll check out a junkyard next, after we check out the crate. Alright, so got a crate to check out, and then we'll check out another junkyard. We got a crate. Let's see what we get out of this crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Get your digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh. Nice. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Get your digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Get your digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There's our barn map back, sweet. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Get your digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And some scrap points. Good deal. So we got our barn map back. Let's go check out a junkyard. There's the snowball. What's going on there, Jono? I wonder where... No, I don't want to do that. What the heck? Bro. Yeah, that's not what I want. I'm gonna go here. Thank you. Sheesh, the snowball threw me off. Hey, when that happens. Alright, let's see what we got here at the junkyard. Nothing loose. What kind of cars do we have? Nothing on the porch. Nothing there, nothing there. That's definitely not what we're looking for. Nothing there. Nothing there. What's this one? Turbo V8 Special. Nice. Not what we're looking for. Nope. Nope. No Chevelles in there, doesn't look like. What we got here? Nope. No Chevelles. Check some piles on our way out. We got a Chevelle headlight. Don't have a Chevelle out here. So we're on the hunt for that Chevelle. Alright, no map, no car. Head back to the house. We'll go back to the auctions. Continue this round robin until we find that Chevelle. That Malibu cleaned up pretty quick. Alrighty then. Can you get anything from that salvage or that junkyard? Check out salvage auction again. I find the majority of my cars from the auctions. We have a lot of luck here at the auctions. Alright, Z. Come on, give me Chevelle. No Chevelle here. Okay. This one. Got the original drag. So the drag custom is one we did. Our Gen 2 Camaro SS. Every time I see a black car now, as far as, yeah. There's our S edit, and we've done. Added different swap options, I guess, as far as for that V6. And we have no Chevelle in this one. Bummer. Okay. Wait, some cool cars in there, but not what we're looking for. Check out another barn. I'm just about out of my beverage. I'm gonna have to get this replenished. Getting an early start on my my Thursday, which is tomorrow. Doing pretty good there in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. For anybody that has been following. All right, we got nothing from that auction. So check out another barn. Bound to find one. Bound to find one. Cross those fingers. Alright, nothing loose. So we got a Charger. A Charger T, that's our Resto. We got this available on the Steam Workshop. There's the Resto Hellcat. We already have one of those, so we're not in the market for that. We have one of these fellas. Range Rover. No. And looks like a Herbie, which we already also have. So okay, got no Chevelles in this this barn. Check the piles, see if we can find this crate. Okay, no crate in this corner. Check that one, so let's surround this one. What about here? Alright. Anything in here? Mainly focusing on just a crate. Check the front of the barn. Front of the barn. And there it should be. Majority of these crates we've been finding in the very front of the barn. Alright, we got our crate. No Chevelle. We're gonna keep looking. Check out that junkyard next. After we open up our crate. Junkyard coming up next. After we open up our crate. Let's see what we got in our crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, get some monies back. Get that back over 5 million. Next crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Not a whole lot of scrap points. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. So that's what? 2? Working on 3. Can we get 3? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah, buddy. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Righty then. 110,000 scrap points. Alright. Close. May not get a barn map back, so we're gonna check out another junkyard. Oops, wrong one. Round robin. On that hunt, I guess, as far as for that Chevelle. Anything loose? Nothing loose. What do we got out here? That's that, yep. B4. Not looking for that. There's nothing there. Take a stroll around the junkyard and see what we find. Off in that spot. What do we got here? Nope.
Racer Batman says Red Robin yum 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 yum.
Red Robin? Yeah, we don't have those here, unfortunately. We don't have any of those here. Wish we did. What do we got here? Mustang Standard. That's the OG Mustang. Nice. So far, no Chevelle. Nothing there. Nothing here. So we got a Jeep Willys. Nice. That's definitely not a Chevelle. It's like no Chevelle. Nope, no Chevelle. Check a few files on our way out. Come across the map. That makes me hungry for some Red Robin, actually. Only if we had one here. Alrighty then. So no cars, no map. Kind of batting zero at these junkyard visits. We're gonna be going back to the auctions. On that hunt for the Chevelle.
Racer Batman says Rockin' sports car rolls 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 rockin' it out rockin' it out rocknito.
Nice. She said Nito. Nito. Alright, so nothing from that visit over to the junkyard, so let's check out another auction. To the auctions we go. Alright, come on, Chevelle. Need to cross our fingers, I guess, as far as we're running out of luck here. If you are following the channel, we do have the cross fingers. Okay, what is... Weird, I wonder why I got two in here. That's weird. There we go. Power of the cross
Racer
fingers.
Batman says Rockin's fingers, 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 Rockin's
Yes.
fingers, Rockin's finger.
Let's make sure it's the right finger, right? Okay, so no Chevelle in here. Alright. This car is really hard to find. We are finding a lot of these drag customs. One of our own configs for that the 88 money. Well, I'll be dipped. So nothing here at this auction either. Okay. Checking on another barn. No luck that time. Let's see if it carries over to find it in the barn. You know, one thing I have not added back yet, I guess, as far as is the good luck, the shamrock. I don't think I did add that back in there. I've had to shift some things around. So Mario Day, we had the special emote for that. Okay, so nothing from that auction. Let's go check out another barn. We're getting down on our, we're well below 100 this time. On our barn maps. Alright, what we got in here? Nothing loose. Is that a GTO? That's a GTO drag, actually. Oh yeah. We definitely have one of those already. It's a nice nice setup on that, yeah. Alright, that's not what we're looking for, so we're not looking for that. And definitely not looking. This is a 350Z. V8 special, yep. 350Z. What's that engine look like in there? Mm-hmm. Looks pretty solid. Not what we're looking for, though. Alright, let's see, check the piles, see if we can find the crate. Okay, not back here. I'm gonna go back to the front of the barn, work our way. So there's the front of the barn. I've been finding a lot of these right at the front of the barn. Okay, maybe not this time. How about over here? Maybe not this time. Changing it up on us. I already got that one. Okay, that's all of them at the front of the barn. Okay. Where's the back corner? That would be over here. What do we got over here? There it is. In the back corner this time. Sweet. So we got our crate. No Chevelle. Let's head back to the house. Continuing our journey, I guess, as far as to find this Chevelle. We'll check out another junkyard after we check out this crate from this barn. Yeah. We got the creepy guy in there again. Sorry, bud, no car for you to stalk at. Okay. Let's open up our crate, see if we can get out of this one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its soul. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's a good chunk of credits. Now we're back over 5 mil. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its soul. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Cool deal. Alright, so we got that done. Let's check out another junkyard. I think one of these times we'll get lucky at this junkyard, but so far we're batting 0 on the junkyards. Pretty much all the locations. Bound to turn around for us. Creepy guy or Granddad's ghost? Yeah, it could be either one. I just like to call him a creepy guy. So what do we got here? Back Ruta? Challenger RT. Yep. I get those mixed up sometimes. Got anything loose? We have nothing loose, okay. I think Granddad's ghost would probably be even creepier. He always said he would haunt me. Granddad always said he would haunt me. Wow, we got slim pickings on this this visit. Nothing under the canopy. My goodness, hardly any cars in here. We got this one. Not what we're looking for. It's over here. Nothing over here. Wow, only got 2 cars? That was a... So we had one down here too. It's this one. Not what we're looking for. And we got one here too. So there's 4 cars. Okay, I'll give it that. Alright. None of the cars we're looking for. Check out a couple files on our way out. See if there's a map. And no map. Okay. Yet another time empty-handed here at the junkyard. Back to the auctions. Alrighty, man. Back at the house. Let's check out another auction. Yes. I don't know why the player won't work on that one. That's weird. Anyway, Chevelle. Come on, Chevelle. That's our own config for that car. Rest of mod. That one's done by Gulishman. 100% available on the... Ooh, we got an SS. Finally. Found one of these. Got herself an SS. Oh, baby. She's a little bit stripped down, but I think most of the engine's there. Alright, let's see if we can get this guy. Finally, we found one. So, 12,000, I guess, as far as on the top end. Got a few bidders. Not getting it that easy. Oh, this is gonna go over. How much over, though? You dirty rascal. 2,000 over? Alright, that's not bad. We'll take it. Alright, receive it, and we'll put that in the car parking. What other ones do we have out here? Just for curiosity's sake. We got ourselves an SS at least. Okay, nothing else here. Let's go check out this auction, just for giggles. Another drag custom. Finding a lot of these at the auction. There's another SS. Oh my, so this one's a 4-star. 4-star SS. Look at that. It's even got, ooh, I like that. That's a Yenko. That's slick. Got the little Yenko livery on it. That's pretty neat. I dig it. If she starts. Got the her shifter on it. That's also to confirm too. It does have the 3 gauges in there to the clock and all that. I guess as far as on both the SS and the Malibu. Different shifter though. So the Malibu had the console. This one's just got the her shifter on it, which is pretty neat. Nice difference there. Cool. I might have to bid on this one too. Got the Yenko badging on it. This one's pretty clean. Look how clean this one is. We'll have a couple of different options for the SS. Well, the high end is 51, obviously being in a lot better shape. Let's see if we can get it for her. Ooh, had to put a bid in there. Show some interest. Couple of bidders. Okay. Kind of a slow bidding. I guess they're biding their time. There it goes. Just picking up. Ooh, I thought for a second there we were going to get it. So it does run. Look at that. That's the first time we've gotten one for well underestimated. Hell yeah. Alright. We got a couple of Chevelle SS's to check out. Good deal. So we got one from the salvage auction as well as the standard auction. See what else is in here. Alright, I think we're good. Head back to the house and we'll check these out now. Good deal. Got something to work on. So I think what we'll check out first is the 4-star. We're gonna have to swap some cars out here. Let's put this one away. This was our 454 SS drag. So we created this configuration based on that 70 Monte Carlo. Turned out pretty good. He's 100%. Let's go ahead and put this away. I'm gonna put it. Yep, there's our 2 Chevelles we just purchased at the auction. Let's put this into here. Put it right there for now. So we're gonna pull out. See which one is which. Oh, they're both green. So this one. Yeah, this is the one that was bad in worse shape. Let's get this one out. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna swap these over. So the one difference that I do see besides badging on this one in comparison to the Malibu is this one has the center console with the different shifter. And this one's got the no console with the her shifter. That's, oh yeah, next to just badging on it, I guess as far as it's really the main difference. So we got the SS grill. Cool. That's something that we did on our Gen 2 Camaro as well, as far as to have the different options that way. For the grill. It would be nice if these badgings would come off. We did make that an option, I guess, as far as on here, to have these badgings for the fender badges to come off. So if you want to do a delete on those, you could do that. They didn't do that on this one, but not terrible. Not terrible. So we already know this one runs. Let's get this one fixed up. We'll weld the frame. Now, it freaked out last time, I guess, as far as when we welded, so hopefully it doesn't do it this time. 1,500 to do this, this SS. See, it must be something with this car. It's with this car. Okay, so it's, let me, so that's, we did this on the Malibu, and it did that when we welded the frame. There's something going on with this car when you weld the frame. I wonder if it's with the collision box for it. I'm gonna have to let the grader of this one know. So yeah, so both on the Malibu did that too, where it freaked out. So there's something up with that car in that regard. That's confirmed. Get this out of the way. At least we know that it has something to do with this car. Alright, so frame is welded. Fix some body panels up. I like the library on this thing. That's kind of cool. Got the Yenko library. Oh, we should have engine cover. Yep. Get all the winders out of it. Tail lights and that should be repairable. Nice. I think that's it. All the body panels. Get the windshield out. Is that out? I think it's out. Nice. Okay, let's get these body panels fixed up. So I think this one's got the 2 carb. We'll check the engine stats on this one here. See what kind of horsepower it gets at the base.
It ain't got no gas in it.
It doesn't right now. What's going on there, Jay Booth? Welcome in. Yeah, it doesn't right now, I guess, as far as, but we're working on it. How's the morning going so far there, Jay Booth? Good morning indeed. Have you gotten your coffee? Noise. Oh, so first order of business here. Good thing you did show up here. We got to take care of this for a second. Get you taken care of for the rest of the month of March. I'll take a second to process. That's for being in the top 5, I guess, as far as for the month of February. So even though we're a little deep into the month there, there you go. You should be good for the rest of the month. Slow the way you like it. Nice. And snowball. No, trying to get that snowball fight going. Alright, I'll get on that action. I don't know where you're getting the snow from. I should probably make that a mud ball, I guess, as far as instead. We got a lot of mud more than anything. So yeah, this engine, 307. It's got the SS engine in there, I see. So a little bit more than the Malibu. And that's pretty similar to how I've got the stock Gen 2 Camaro. So this one's got 350 and the Z28 has a 360. And then of course we got our supercharged drag. Interesting. So yeah, for Yenko, pretty solid. Let's get our body panels put in here. Got our hood, that's all refurbished. Your secret, as far as where you're getting the snow from? I know it had been mentioned putting it in the freezer, kind of saving it up. We've had some folks do that. We fixed up our taillights. Get some new winders for it. Oh, we got this mirror. Get some new winders for it. Go back to this store for the Chevelle. This one's the SS, so I meant to look in the editor to see what trims come with this. I guess there is no drag trim. They did this SS is the highest trim, I guess, for the Chevelle. Oh, we need a new windshield. We might have to make a drag version of this, of our own, if there is not one. We can go into the editor really quick and see if there is, in fact, a drag trim for this car. If there's not, yeah, we'll have to divulge into that. Gotta have a drag version of this car. You just gotta. I mean, the Yenko by itself, as far as the 454, that's pretty drag as it is. I mean, you could just put some wider tires on that, and you'd be good to go. Solid. Definitely like the approach on the low-profile cowl induction hood. So that's similar, like on this one here, is what I'm trying to do on the Gen 2 Camaro. Similar. Gonna get that nice and smooth, but very low-profile cowl induction. Similar kind of look I'm going on this one. Still needs some refinement. It's not 100% smoothed out just yet, but very similar, I guess, as far as what we're trying to go for on this one. So mine goes a little bit deeper down to the front. This one's a little bit more cut up, a little bit more. Not terrible. It's a nice look. Let's see how this looks on the inside. See, on mine, you can definitely see a little bit more of the engine through that cowl induction. Just for comparisons. I kind of like that look of being able to see the engine through that. Just like so. It's a little bit more obvious when you're on the strip. Yeah, you can see the filter there, air filter, I guess, as far as on the low profile. So it's kind of a nice touch, that one on the SS Chevelle. I like it. But yeah, pretty easily you could probably just put some beefier tires in the back. Probably some performance parts on this, and you can make this a drag pretty easy. Pretty easy. I don't know if that's what I want to do on this one or not. Could give it a try. I'd like to get it a different rake, I guess, as far as on the stance. Yeah, I think I might do that. Okay, so did we get all the body panels? Yep, we're at 90%, so we just put the engine cover back in. I'm going to leave it off here. Probably pull that engine out. Probably fix this one up. I don't think I have an SS already built. Double check that. Do I have an SS built? Nope. Got a 2 carb and a 1 carb, but no SS. Okay. We'll probably have to fix that one up. Yeah, that's a nice base there to get as far as to be able to make a drag out of that one, I think. Ooh, nice. So we got already all the body panels fixed up on this here. Let's get this engine pulled. Definitely like the touch of the 3D fender badges, as opposed to just doing like a 2D livery. It's a nice touch. Very nice touch. Let's get that drained. We already know this engine runs. We just want to refurbish it up. That out of the way. Let's break this one down. Yep, so we got the straight pipes there. Yep. Get this engine pulled. We'll get it refurbished. We've confirmed we don't have one already built, so we'll have to redo this one. I'll have to pull that other engine off the stand. We'll get to that one some other time. Priority is to fix this one up. We gotta drain the oil. Oh, did we? I think we already did. Never mind. Yeah, we already did. I did recall, I guess, as far as it doesn't run. So let's do this. Yank her out. He is out of there. Cool. Alright, we're going to take this other engine off the stand. Then we'll slap the SS back on there, like so. Nice, we'll work on that one there for now. I'm going to put this other engine in the warehouse. We already got this one to work on, too. Well, that'll be 2 OHVs that we gotta need to work on. Okay, so that'll be 2 of those we gotta work on now. Alrighty then. Let's do some preliminaries here in the engine bay. Get this drained out. Cool. Fuse panel. So a lot of similarities to this and the Malibu. Other than it's got the SS. Ooh, new level 128. Let's go. Yeah, so other than having the SS OHV, a little bit more horsepower. Okay. Power steering on this guy. Let's go ahead and get this drained. No, that's not what I wanted. Try that again. But I think, yeah, we'll probably divulge ourselves into the editor. I guess as far as we'll see if we can make a drag version. So we need to drain this one out. Pull that out, I guess, first so we can get that refurbished. Bring on our bug juice. Pull that out, let's put a new one of those in right away. Go back to this store. Yeah, the red air we can get fixed. Let's get that battery up on the stand. Or in the charger, anyway. Too many words in my brain. Parts fixed up here for the engine bay. Oh, hold on a second. I got someone at the door. Alright, just a welfare check. You're going around, just doing some welfare check around the apartment. It's cool. Exhaust line up? The exhaust doesn't line up? Guess we'll have to get it back in there to confirm that. I guess we can check it out on the Malibu. See what's going on with the Malibu. I didn't see anything wrong with it, but doesn't mean it's not. Check it out there on the Malibu. What doesn't line up? Let's see here. Do 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 do. Oh, it doesn't line up. You're right, we got a little bit of a miscue right here. That could probably be fixable. Those types of things are definitely very easily overlooked. So it looks like it's clipping through here too. So it looks like, hold on, if we were to put that down, yeah, that would definitely keep that from clipping into the axle, the rear axle too. So yeah, we'll have to check on that. Slight miscue, I guess, as far as on the creator's part. Easily fixable though. Easily fixable. So I'm assuming that's going to be happening on this SF here as well. Okay, so we've got the parts fixed up. Let's get these back in here. That's what happens sometimes, I guess, as far as with, you know, trying to get so many cars out at once in such a little time. You're going to miss little things like that. I guess that's why I've been taking my time with the Gen 2 Camaro. I mean, I'm bound to miss something, but hopefully not the more obvious stuff like that. Okay, so fuses. Oh, gotta go to the right store. Two of these big boys. Two of these. 4 of these little fellas. 3 of those. Looks pretty similar to the Malibu. And 1 of those. That's the big fuse, alright. Big amperage. Little fellas. You're in the game too, so you're starting over, is what you're saying? I think that's what you mean there, Sleepy Sweet. Welcome back. Yeah, we finally found ourselves a SS Chevelle. Fixing that up. There was actually 2 of them over at the auction. We got currently working on the better of the 2 that we got. So turbo, get a new part. Cherry juice reservoir. Let's go back over to this store. Alright, and then we got battery, should be on the charger. Left that charger battery back in there. Radiators refurbished. Cool. Very nice. Alright, that should be the majority of... Yeah, so the only thing I can think of now, if you don't know about 3D modeling at all, this little piece here that's up against the firewall, I feel like they were probably trying to make a cutter to make a hole, I guess, as far as in the firewall, and they didn't quite get that far. Because I've taken the same approach to get a cut into panels. That's almost what that looks like down there. I'm sure that's probably what it is. And again, it just comes down to just trying to hurry up and get things out there. It's like, I've been trying not to do that, because then you tend to miss stuff like that. You know, it's just simple things that are easily correctable. We got our starter, all that. Just make sure we got all that. Okay, cool. Let's work on this front end, I think, before we work on the engine. I definitely like this touch. So I did not take the approach on my fender badging to put the white in the S there. I just left it all chrome. So just comparisons. So I did just the chrome in there instead, I guess, as far as of doing the white in there. Typically, that's the way, this is the way it was actually done, is like this. But to get that material, I guess, as far as into the badge, it's not easy, I guess, as far as to kind of intermix that, I guess, as far as with the game materials, as well as your own texture. So in fact, the Z28, I don't have that one out here. The Z28 badge is all texture in comparison, but these are both in-game chrome. So I tried to use as much as what the game provides as possible when it comes to stuff like that. But it may come down to where I'll just go completely texture on that instead of the body chrome. 'Cause that looks pretty good right there. I like how they did that. Anyway, let's work on our front end. So does this have drums in the back? Get to the back there. Does this have the modern rear end? Can't tell from here. We'll get to it. Can I get that off there, please? Thank you. I do understand, I guess, as far as too, that a lot of modders, I guess, as far as they create mods for the game, they figure, you know, if you see something wrong, create your own config and fix it. You know, they give you a nice base. So there's that too. Kind of invites the idea to create your own config. But the bigger problem, I guess, as far as with this car that we found so far is when you weld it, the game goes bonkers, I guess, as far as when you try to weld in the car. I mean, it'll still go through the process, but yeah, it freaks out. I think that's an issue with the car collider. I've had that issue myself, I guess, as far as with designing it, and it came down to having to adjust the car collider that goes around the whole car, so that the game understands that it's on the lift and how it interacts with other parts of the game, like the lifter. So I think it'll just come down to that. So if the creator is not aware of that, obviously we'll have to have him push an update for that. That's pretty easily correctable. I've gotten a lot of help from other folks, you know, in Red Dot Discord, I guess, as far as that, have modded some cars in there, so it's like, try to return the favor. I know there is a huge rush, because I'm in the same boat of trying to get, just get more cars out there, I guess, as far as before the demo comes out for 26. I get it. Because you know a lot of people are just going to be focusing on that, and not so much on this game. So I'm very well aware of that myself. But you tend to lose out on certain things. That don't make sense. Use a channel point redeem. See a moment in stream that is clip worthy. Wait, what? No, whoops. If you create a mod car, finish it. Well, I'm just saying, from what I've come to understand, it comes down to this. It's either a lack of understanding of how to do it, or, which is not the case, I guess, as far as with this creator. I think they're just trying to push out a lot of cars before the demo comes out. That's what I'm seeing. Because I'm seeing a little bit of sloppiness in that regard. Sloppiness is not... I'm not trying to condone, I guess, as far as pushing a car out unfinished. But it does invite the idea, I guess, as far as for people to go into the editor and create your own. You know, if you see these slight adjustments that you can make in the editor, it's not a terrible thing. It gives you room, I guess, as far as to be able to go in the editor and make your own. I mean, I'm not trying to excuse, I guess, as far as the fact that it wasn't done correctly in the first place. It should definitely be done incorrectly in the first place, but this creator for these cars that have been coming out, he's been pretty decent about, you know, if you let him know kindly, constructive criticism, it'd be like, did you know that this was a problem? And he's fixed it. So like on the IROC Camaro, the 90 Camaro, I was one to mention, I guess, as far as when certain parts in the paint booth was putting you outside there, and that's since been corrected. So it's not that they won't go back, I guess, as far as to that. They're very active on being able to fix issues that are known. Yeah, so it's not, again, I'm not trying to condone, I guess, as far as leaving things unfinished, but it's definitely starting to show about rushing things out. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of potential there, so that's the other thing I don't try to detract from, I guess, as far as it just needs a little bit of refurbishment is all. And, you know, constructive criticism is better than, you know, we did not, the other thing I was trying to do, we want to get these routed out. Do that. And we need some new brake pads. Got a little off kilter there. We'll get back on track. So we need some new wheel bearings. I don't know, I guess that's just the approach that I've taken as far as, like, you know, because I am familiar enough, I guess, as far as with the editor. If I see a problem, I'll just create my own. Not a big deal. Let's see. So we want tie rod stuff. We're gonna need to take our shock assemblies apart. Let's do that. Yeah, I like the color on that too. That hunter green with the white livery. That's pretty cool. Alright, we'll take that apart and we'll do new shocks, new springs. I was losing the springs. Where are the springs at? There they are. And the caps. Cool. Get this one off. Get these ordered from the store. We need 2 new ones of those. 2 front springs. And 2 new caps. Get those put back together. Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't have to either, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't see as much a problem. I guess I'm just a little bit more communicative, I guess, as far as to, yeah, just constructive criticism. Don't kind of rat them out, I guess, as far as... Modders get really upset, I guess, as far as when you just like, well, you didn't do this. It's just like, it's, you know, it's a simple mistake. We're only human. But yeah, you don't necessarily want to detract with it as far as they're trying to put some quality stuff out there, and sometimes you're gonna miss things. You know, when you think you got a really good workflow to the point where you shouldn't miss anything, and when you do, it's just simple to mention it, I guess, as far as say like, well, you know, you missed this, you know, and they'll push out an update. One thing I have noticed too, and I've mentioned it to this creator there, some of these cars, they put the cutouts into the fender well, and some of them they don't. I think it looks a lot better when you do a cutout into the fender well than it doesn't, and if you don't. And they're well aware of that, I guess, as far as it's just, you know, the 3D modeling component, I guess, as far as of doing these cars, it's not easy. So it sounds simple enough, I guess, as far as just to do a simple cutout, but then you got to keep in mind that it affects the whole rest of the underbody when you try to modify, I guess, as far as what's already there. And it takes a little bit of time, I guess, as far as to clean that up. So it's not like you can just put the, you know, put the cutout in there and push out another update and it's good to go. It's not always that simple. So I get that part too. So some things take a little bit longer, I guess, as far as other things to get them updated in comparison to some other things. Alright, so where did we finish off here? We want to get, so let's turn our flashlight off. Turn that off. Okay, so we got our tie rod stuff. I think that's just a misunderstanding with a lot of people. It's like, you know, the amount of time that goes into creating a car and even being able to refine a car from the 3D modeling standpoint, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. You know, unless you're doing it, you have tried it yourself to understand the process, you shouldn't say anything. I'm just going to put it that way. Just keep your mouth shut. If you've never tried to do it yourself or try to understand what goes into creating a car, for any game for that matter, just don't say anything, because you have no idea. There's a lot of work that goes into creating a car, from the modeling standpoint. We need some new rubber bushings. And if that sounds pretty callous, I don't care, because I think there's a lot of people out there that just, they want the stuff, I guess, as far as created for the game, but they find every reason in the world to complain at the people, I guess, as far as creating, you know, biting the hand that feeds them, if you will. And I'm not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. I think I know my problem with repair now. I don't have all the skills unlocked. Well, that's why we were asking you earlier there, Sleepy Swede. Did you check your toolbox? So, you said it was all green. That's what I was kind of confused, unless you're using a cheat engine. So, in your toolbox, to get these green, you'll have the skill points down here. So, the more you work on cars, you'll get skill points. So, it'll tell you down here how many skill points. So, you were saying this was all green. That's where I was kind of confused why it wasn't. So, if you don't have this all green, you get the skill points just by working on cars. So, you'll need to probably work pretty heavily, I guess, as far as on the call orders in that regard. You remember, yeah, I think that cheat engine probably got you a little spoiled. Yeah, but get those skill points, you just got to work on cars. So no matter if they're your own cars or the customer orders. Oh, we need a new sway bar. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I get a little bit frustrated with you know, because I've been in that boat, I guess, as far as where this is why a lot of modders don't even want to bother to create mods, because there's always so much not very good constructive criticism as far as, like, you know, could you fix this? You know, ask nicely. Don't just be like, well, they forgot to do this. You know, it's just, that's not the way to go with it. And I've dealt with that too much in my experience. You know, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into building this stuff. And sometimes you fall flat on your face. I know I have many times with this Gen 2 build. You know, you think you got something figured out, and then something else presents itself. You're like, oh crap, now I got to do that, which is a wholly different, you know, process to it than what you think, what you originally thought. I think that's the other reason why it's taken me so long to get it done. Some folks have a little bit more better handle on how certain things work, especially in the Unity engine. So that's why you get a different rate of how things are created. Okay, what are we missing over here? Oh, we gotta get the wheel bearing in there. Yep, that's all brand new. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. And upper control arm, yep. All new bushings. Okay, so we're ready for deal with the tires. Cool. Get these over to separator. Gotta keep them separated. So we got staggered tires on this. Nope. 215. Really? So it's the same size tire as Malibu, that's interesting. 215 70 14. I'll be dang. Hold on a minute. 215 70 14. Yeah, same size. So different type of tire, but definitely different. Same size, just different tire. Interesting approach. Okay. Garage and tool is all green, but not skills. Time to work out. Yep. Before I start to build, can you put any V8 in your car? Only the ones that have the swap. So like, I gotta see what this one's got. This one's showing we can put all these engines in there, right? Now on the standard Malibu, it only has the one that you can put in it. So you got to look at the swaps. This one only allows this one engine, has no other swap. So if it doesn't list it here, then you won't be able to put it in the car. Now that doesn't mean a lot of times you have to look at. So we've come up with some mod cars that'll have certain swaps in there, but you only get one placement of the engine in the car as far as per config. So sometimes you'll see engines in here that really shouldn't be in there because things aren't going to line up, I guess, as far as like the exhaust and such. You have to really look and say. Now I can tell just by looking at this one from for as many times that we've done configurations that most of these are legit. All these engines we can put in there without things being misaligned. So yeah, you definitely have to look at the swaps. Yeah, but if let's say for example, you got a mod car and if it's got a lot of V8s but also like V6s in the swaps, more than likely those V6s aren't going to be, especially if it comes originally with the V8. So you have to really pay attention, I guess, as far as if it's showing anything other than certain V8s, I guess, as far as listed in there. Good chance that's not supposed to be in the swap. So it'll probably still let you put it in there, but there's going to be a lot of things not going to line up. So I've seen that with some mod cars too. So yeah, you can really get a sense of no cutout here in the fender well. You got all those suspension parts there. You know, is that big of an issue? Maybe from a 3D modeling standpoint, but again, from what I've dealt with on my Gen 2, I've played around with a lot of different cuts, I guess, as far as for the suspension. This is what I've settled with so far. And, you know, the troubles that I've had, I guess, as far as to put different cuts to that to give it a nice look. Now, like other cars, let's see if this one's a good example. This one's got a pretty nice cutout to the fender well for the suspension. Can't think of another one, I guess, as far as I can only give that example. I think in this one, what do we have on this one? This is a totally different crater. See, they got a nice cutout here on the fender well too, I guess, as far as to give some clearance, I guess, as far as for the suspension. So it's hard to do that, though. I guess I can't say that enough, I guess, as far as it's not as simple as just sort of like, well, just make a hole in there, you know, without it affecting the whole rest of the underbody. What a lot of things people don't understand with how that works. So where was I? Where we're doing tires? Yeah. We got to fix up these rims. And we'll get some new tires. So it's apparently the same size as the Malibu. Didn't do anything staggered, anything different with the size of the tire. Yeah, we're definitely going to probably try and make our own config for a drag on this one. Just getting a feel, I guess, as far as for what's here and what's not here, as far as so we can apply that to our own config to it. Let's do tire shop. Yeah, so let's go with that. Get 4 new ones of these for the tire shop. So it should already be populated in here, actually. So if we go like this, let's put it to 14-inch, and it should already be the right size. Yep, we already did that for the Malibu. Cool. Awesome. So, sorry, let's get these two together. Six-pack looks like a good option. I mean, it has the swap in there, and we know that one's. We've shown that in the editor, I guess, as far as being able to populate those different engines in the editor, make sure, I guess, as far as a lot of those types of engines will look presentable. So, whoa. Okay, that one's, yeah, that one's good. All right, take that one off. We'll get the balance on this guy. This will be for the front tires. So yeah, this one, that one had the white walls. This one's got the white letter. Nice. A little bit different rim too. Alrighty then. So our front end will be done. Work on that rear end then. So this engine we got to restore. We got a little bit of work to do on that. Yep, it's got the drums on this one. Okay. Nice. So it's got some really cool differences on the SS in comparison to that. So it's, I like how they did that. There are definitely a lot of things I like how they did this. I've been taking the same or similar types of approach on the Gen 2 Camaro. You know, there's subtle differences like fender badges. Obviously, the physical engine options. Interesting approach to that on the Malibu. They only had the one engine swap that you could put in there. So it's not like, I think it would be cool, and that's the approach I've taken on the Gen 2 Camaros. So say, be able to take this Malibu, right, buy it, obviously you can get that cheaper, and then be able to buy the parts that are on the SS. So like the fender badges, you know, the 454 badges, and put that on this original car. That'd be a pretty cool option. That's definitely the approaches I was trying to take with the Gen 2 Camaro. Being able to, now I think I have shown that you can put the different fender badges on the different trims of the car. I'm gonna have to look at that again to make sure. I think I have tested that out. It is possible. Yeah, they've got a lot of clipping here, I see. So this one definitely needs some adjustment to the rear exhaust. We can probably lower that. I think that's still going to clip into the spring, though. Interesting. We'll have to see what we can do in the editor. So I didn't notice this one on the Malibu, but I guess this one here is definitely a little bit more obvious. Some things are just hard to line up that way. You know, to get it to perfect. You know, without scaling things, and you know, as we come to find too, doing the scaling, it's only uniform scale. You can't scale just in one direction, which I wish there was more of an option for that. Being able to scale in one direction instead of uniformly. That would help out tremendously in a lot of cases. Alright, rear end's out. Definitely like the way this frame is cut out. This is the similar type of approach we've been doing on the Gen 2 Camaro. Try to get that same type of cutout. I like that. That's smooth. That's really slick looking. Alright, let's get these parts fixed up. So there are some inspiration, I guess, as far as I get when I see stuff designed that way. Amongst other things, of course. I need a little bit of refinement. I'm sure there's probably going to be plenty of parts that people see or refinement is needed, I guess, as far as on the Gen 2 Camaro. I don't deny that. I think the fact that it's, you know, I've done the best that I feel like I could. You know, with the knowledge that I have and the help and insight that I've gotten to get it where it's at. Always gonna have that one critic though. There's always gonna be one critic. And to them, the only thing I can say is, well, if you think you can do better, show us what you got. Okay, so we need to get these machined. So shoes are already done, so I need 4 new rubber bushings for the leaf springs. Alright, and then I think that's about it. Got to get these air machined. Get that one machined. Okay, so we got the majority of what we need to get this back together. Yep, it's gonna put it back together. So knuckles, backing plates. You'll hear that on the lathe. So we got our drive axle. Let's see. So we got. Now I speak about anybody that has any complaints about how cars are designed. Try to do one yourself, and then see how much room you got to complain. I'll say that to anybody. I mean, you kind of brought it up, I guess, as far as about, you know, how things don't line up and stuff like that, and how it can be redone. I mean, if you think you can do better, show us what you can do. That's all I can tell you. I've definitely kind of respected the process, I guess, as far as what goes on here, because I've actually tried to do it myself. I think this will probably be the only car I'll ever do, because it's a little bit more involved than I thought. And I think it's only going to get worse. Oh, what am I doing? Those are on the... Wait, I should have had the one. What's going on here? What happened there? Get rid of that. Did I not have the one drum already in the... What is going on here? Well, I should have 2 drums, right? Why is it not letting me put that drum on there? Try that again. That was weird. Anyway, got that figured out. Weird. Anywho. So... It's getting a little bit flustered there. But yeah, I've had my fair share of people. Well, you didn't put this in there or whatever like that. As far as like you know, they want to like whatever it is that's created, but they like to bite the hand that feeds them. It drives me absolutely insane. Because that person that complains, they've never tried to do it themselves, and they really try to understand what goes into the process of it. You know. Like, well, you got it that far, you know, it's like, why didn't you do it right? It's just, it's so irritating. It's just like, learn a thing or two. At least try to understand what goes into the process. You know? I guess that's the only reason why I get a little bit angry about it. Okay, so there's that. Get our bushings in there. Now, I've had communications with the fellow, I guess, as far as that's doing the these latest to include this car, and they've been pretty I would just say acceptable. I guess as far as to say like, oh, thanks for bringing that up. I'll push an update. You know, so it's not like they're ignorant to the fact that it's just like, well, it is what it is. I don't care. They've been pretty accepting, I guess, as far as for things that are going to be perfect. You know, and if somebody approaches them, I guess, as far as in a civil way, I guess, as far as they're more than willing to fix it. And I got no problem, I guess, as far as with supporting that type of work ethic. So let's go ahead and... Need new tires, yeah. So I did buy too many drums. Let's sell that, dude. We need to take those apart for the rear. Get those apart. Going on there, Fluky? How's the day going today? What do we got? Got anything good for dinner? I don't know what I'm gonna have. Okay. Yeah, those are apart. Let's go ahead and get these rims fixed up. Okay. We already got the tires, so let's go ahead and put these on their refurbished rims. So SSDD is what we like to call that. I know what you mean there, Fluky. Chicken Phillies today with potato chips. Any particular types of potato chips? Now, do you make your own potato chips? I know you make a lot of homemade stuff. If you make your own potato chips, that's a banger. Balance this guy. I made my own kettle corn chips, I guess, as far as to, you know, you put your sliced potatoes, just like fried potatoes, I guess, as far as into the kettle with some oil, fry them up. Oh, yeah, baby. Good stuff. Chicken Phillies, though. That sounds good. Now, do you put, like, the, what kind of sauce is that for Philly chicken cheese? Yeah, there's a particular type of sauce you put on those. I don't know if you put that on there. The red sauce. Tomato sauce, yeah. Let's see how we're doing here. 307. 90 on the body. Interior we still got to do. 47 on the other parts. Alright, cool. Let's get some exhaust. Oh. We gotta fix this engine up yet. New middle mufflers. As I like to call them, turbo resonators. No catalytic converters on it though. Not for this generation. Alright. These to be brand new. Get these on the list. We'll get those in once we get the engine in. Remember I bought those. I'll probably forget. A few of these. There we go. I think we're ready to work on this engine. You just made a cheese sauce, traditional Philly style. Oh, okay. Technical software, mechanical. Wait, what? So we do make them at the independent living kitchen. Still in. Let's see, here in Healthcare Kitchen, we don't because the technical software diets. Oh! I see. So, you're not capable of making your own just due to, they're too crunchy? You serve Lay's, I gotcha. I was just curious to know, I guess, as far as if you made your own. Have you ever tried to do kettle corn? I know I've done that. I made some kettle corn. Kettle. Yeah, I said kettle corn. I meant kettle, kettle chips. Kettle fried chips. Oh man, it's so good. Yeah, I think I did say corn. I had corn on the brain. I finished up a bag of popcorn not too long ago. I guess that's why I had corn on the brain. I like to have the popcorn, I guess, as far as you put it in the skillet. Yeah, with a little bit of butter. Get the popcorn kernels in there that way. It's another use I make in my skillet. Yes, too crunchy. So you don't make them that way because they're too crunchy? I like a little crunch to them. I guess that's what I like about them. Mech softs. Can't have popcorn. Oh no, still too crunchy. You don't like popcorn? You saying the popcorn, when you pop your own corn, it gets as far as it's too crunchy? Is that what you mean? I don't know about that. I would have to disagree on that. I think nothing beats your own popcorn. Get some popcorn. We got a couple of farmers that sell the popcorn. You can get them in, they sell them in jars, like glass jars. I like to get them that way. Get a good deal on them. But I get it though, if you don't like it that crunchy. I guess that makes sense. I was just curious to know if you do make your own. Oh, we gotta get the valve train taken apart, that's why. This is the SS OHV. You got a raffle going on there, folks. Get in that while it's hot. Get those fluids built up. Hard to believe we're almost halfway through the month of March. It's crazy. You know what's even crazier? I haven't even done my taxes yet. I know I owe. I'm gonna end up going. I guess that's the only reason why I'm putting it off. IRS can wait for my money. I know I only delay the inevitable, but it's they'll get their money when I feel like it. I do tend to wait for the last couple of years. I've been waiting to the last minute. Like I know some folks have already gotten theirs done way ahead of schedule, and you know that's fair. I just know I'm gonna owe, so I tend to hold it off. Eventually I'm gonna have to do it though. I'm gonna have to do it. Oh. I kinda like the design of this one here, just as far as the way the heads are. Very unique. Very unique indeed. So right from the heads to the exhaust manifolds. I don't know if it's actually any benefit having it this designed this way. I don't know. I think it's more just for looks. Never been able to dyno one of these. IRL, I guess, the first to confirm that. Get that alternator off. Well, a lot of these parts are going to be in good shape, but we're going to get these refurbished, get it 100%. Looks like Fluky got some fluids out of that raffle. GG's. Where the heck is my GG anyway? Got all my emotes got flipped around, I guess, as far as I added that Mario one. There it is. Okay, now we can get the cam out. Power steering pump. Alright, I'll work on the bottom end. Hey, GG yourself. Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's get these pistons out of here. I'm seeing a couple of rusty bolts in here. Not always a good sign, as far as you got rusty bolts in here. As far as that means you got moisture getting in here somehow. Not very sealed very well. I mean, sometimes you can get condensation to build up on inside the crankcase. Especially if you got extremes of cold and warm, like we've been having lately, I guess, as far as outside, in my neck of the woods. That can create some condensation, I guess, as far as on the internals of the engine. And if you get enough condensation there, you can definitely get some rusty parts in here, even though you got it well oiled. So oil, for the most part, our engines just its main purpose, I guess, as far as for that is to reduce friction, metal on metal parts. That's its main purpose, I guess, as far as not necessarily to reduce moisture. So moisture is any kind of metal's worst enemy, especially when you got engine components. And that's why you see a lot of parts that are made from aluminum. They don't corrode as much, I guess, as far as with exposure to moisture. But also it can be a very loose material in the fact that it's very vulnerable to breakage. That's why you get alloys. You can get cast aluminum alloys, I guess, as far as where you have a mixture, I guess, as far as of iron, aluminum, sometimes even molybdenum, or the moly parts, molybdenum parts, I guess, as far as that. It's kind of a makeshift. I don't know how you would put it, I guess, as far as, so it's not quite metal like it is iron in the sense, where it would be susceptible, I guess, as far as to corrosion. I think molybdenum parts are so you hear like moly pistons or moly connecting rods. That's what they refer to as just the material that it's made out of. It's kind of hybrid. I don't know if I want to say it's synthetic, because molybdenum is a well-known material, just like aluminum, that can be conformed, I guess, as far as to engine parts. Man, look at how good these parts are. Nice, I like it. It removes any potential to wreck any parts when they're this good a shape. So I'm thinking what we'll probably do is we'll get this one fixed up here and we'll take a look in the editor. See if we can make our own drag config for the Chevelle. So that's something to look forward to yet. Once we get this completely fixed up, which we're pretty much done. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch here to get the engine refurbished. So let's put this back on here. Engine block is good. Crank is good. Pistons, let's get some new ones. New pistons. So these are the OHB, so I gotta make sure I get the right rings. Get the right rings for these. Gotta put the ring on it, so that's gonna be these. I'm not 100% sure what's the difference between these and the others. I guess it's just the amount of spacing between them. So these would be like a static part. So yeah, we got different spacing between the different ones. That would be the only reason for that, I guess. Alright, cool. And now we were talking about radiator hoses, right? So it would come down the same type of thing. There'd be so many different parts for just radiator hoses with all the different configurations you get for engines. It would be ridiculous. You'd have like pages of just radiator hoses. You know, just a slight different bend or different contour, I guess, as far as to get it into the right spot. So, and then of course we talked about trying to make it a slinky. That's all. The Unity engine, as far as this version in particular, to make slinky parts, it's not usually a good idea. That's why it's a little bit easier, I guess, as far as to make more static parts. So if you don't have the ability, I guess, as far as to create a... Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Get off the list. Didn't want to do that. It's not usually a good idea, I guess, as far as great slinky parts, I guess, as far as in this version of Unity. There's plenty of games out there, I guess, as far as I kind of give good examples of why it's not a good idea. I can't think of one. I guess one game that comes to mind when I think of that is Mon Bazoo. Some of the slinky parts that have been made in that game kind of gives you an idea, I guess, as far as of why that's not a good idea to make a slinky part. It's a little bit more dynamic in shape, as opposed to just being a static object. Let's put our cam gear in. I'm kind of doing this a little bit out of order, but it's okay. Game doesn't fault us on it. Normally I wouldn't put all this stuff on here until we get the bottom end completely buttoned up. Timing cover on. And I am really kind of hoping that in the next game rendition that they will create the need to put parts on in the proper order. And if you don't, it runs the risk as far as if you needing to repair it or buy a new part. I think that should be a thing. Harmonic balancer. Water pump pulley. Brand new. So our power steering pump is refurbished. Alright, let's get our bottom end. Quite honestly, I should have done this first before I did all that other stuff, but it's always a good idea to get the crank into position first. That way you know you got a solid foundation. Nothing gonna get out of whack. Alright, let's get our pistons in there. So I think all of our rod caps are refurbished. Alright, one more rod cap. And button up that bottom end. Flywheel. That. Get a new flywheel, make it a little bit more fly. So, clutch plate should have been repaired. Pressure plate, we'll need a new one. Going pretty smooth on the build. Clutch bearing, we'll get a new one of those. Not repairable. Cool. That's our bottom end. Finish up on our top end. So we'll get our exhaust manifolds. Sweet. Alright, let's build our valve train. So we need new push rods. Need a mechanic's dozen of those. Oh, it's so shiny. I'm wearing my shades. Okay, rocker arms. Yep, we'll get it. Brand new rocker arms. Mechanics dozen of those as well. This part here, in reality, can be somewhat therapeutic. Just to kind of get your focus on that and make sure you get the proper lash and such, I guess, as far as on the rockers. It doesn't go through all that detail, I guess, as far as in the game, but kind of take the same approach. I wish a lot of more of that would exist, I guess, as far as to... It could be created as a mini game, I guess, as far as for building valve trains. Like, get it within a particular tolerance of lash. So how far it travels, I guess, as far as in how much slop that's in it, if you will. I can definitely see a mini game made out of that. Much the same like we do for the repair parts. Cool. There's that. Let's put our covers on now. Put a little bit of former gasket on there. That's another thing I'd like to see done with... wait, did I miss something here? Hold on. There we go. I missed a push rod and a rocker. There we go. Now we can put that cover on. Alrighty then. Let's get some sparkulators. Whoop. Force habit. Going to the right store. 8 new sparkulators. Alternator should be refurbished. Cool. Alright, we're gonna need a new oil filter. Whoops, wrong store. Helps to be in the right store. Oh, I put the wrong one in there. Son of a gun. Hold on. Oh no, that's good. Oh, for a second there, I thought I put the old one in there. Alright, we're good. Okay, so we need our carburetors. Those are refurbished. So the SS has the 2 carb. So this is repaired. A new air filter. Getting in the nitty gritty. Home stretch. And of course, recovered. Nice. Okay, a new fuel filter. And looks like we're gonna need a new distributor. Those are not repairable. Go back to electronics store, get one of those. And of course we're gonna need the rotor, cap. Nope, that's repaired. Good deal. Cap is repaired. Clips are good to go. Definitely have to get some new wires. New wires. Yep. Get those on the list. New wires. And I think that's it. That build. Oh, we gotta get some belts in there. My bad. New belts. All the finer details. Okay, this belt, I think that is the last belt. Radiator fan. Excuse me. Oh, I think we're good. Got our bottom end, front end, back end, top end. Right on. Alright, so let's check our inventory just to make sure. Don't have any green parts left over. So we got our transmission, we already bought those, drive shaft and starter, so we're good to go. So let's get this off the stand. Get this slap back in the car. Oh, we gotta bring her down so we can get the engine in. Install 100% green build. She's in there. Alright, let's go ahead and button up the bottom end. Kind of curious to see how this thing performs on the drag strip. So our stock Malibu, I guess, as far as this, was pretty good with no any performance parts. See if that's say the same, I guess, as far as about our SS Chevelle. Starter, that is refurbished. Okay, we need to get... Okay, those are brand new. I don't think I got these yet. 100%. Nope. Alright, so we need 2 new ones of these. That'll get our exhaust buttoned up. And we're be ready to put some fluids into this thing. There we go. So yeah, we already did come to find that there is a misalignment, oh god, with the exhaust. Actually, this one lines up good. So it's just the, hold on. This one lines up actually better than the standard Malibu. See that? So I guess the only thing that's different on this one is it does clip here. I'm gonna see if I can adjust that in the editor. So this one lines up at the downpipes, I guess, as far as better than the Malibu. So the Malibu we did come to find, these don't line up very well. Interesting. Now, do we have the same issue over here? Actually, these are in a little bit further, but yeah, they do cut through the bottom of that. So let me take a look and see, do some comparisons here. We know what we're dealing with and once we get into the editor. Yep, pretty similar. This one cuts in a little bit more as far as now. Alright, we'll take a look at stuff like that in the editor. See if we can't correct that. So the other thing I noticed, I guess, as far as it does hang kind of low already, I guess, as far as on that. So they were probably going for a particular look on the exhaust as far as the downpipes. Could be. Alright, let's get some fluids into this thing. I'm definitely going to be looking into seeing if I can make some fender bolts. I think that would be a nice touch on our Gen 2 Camaro. I think even this one's got it. That's got a little bit more shallower lip on that, so it's probably not a good comparison. So this here, yeah, we can put a lip on there with some fender bolts. That'd be kind of cool. Mm-hmm. Give it a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as in an engine bay. Not that I need more work to do, I guess, as far as on that car, I guess, as far as, but I see stuff like that, and that just makes it, it looks very clean. Fluids. Get some motor honey in here. Can't help but make those comparisons just to kind of give me some insight. Okay, we've got adequate motor honey. That looks good. Get some cherry juice in here. Of course, we'll get some alignments done to it. I'm gonna check her out at the dyno. But we still got the other Chevelle SS, I guess, as far as that was a little bit worse shape from the salvage auction. I didn't even look to see how much we were in the hole on this one, the starters. We should be much more out of the hole if we were in the hole. We got this one for well under the estimated, though, so that hardly ever happens at the auction. Hardly ever. Okay, so that's in there. Cherry juice. Get some radiator juice in here. That should take care of all the juices. Marvelous. Okay, so check our status. Interior, we still got to do some interior. So we can put that engine cover back on. Let's do that. That'll get that to a 95% on the body. Nice. All right, let's do some interior. All right, we'll do a disassemble. Just like number 5. Disassemble. So let's do assemble. Get those on the list. So it's got the static back seat. Nice approach. All right, so let's do. Oh, you gotta go to the interior shop and get those items. 2 new buckets. So it uses the Atlanta steering wheel, I guess, as far as on this one. This Malibu uses the TBX. Interesting choices on that. Okay, let's get these installed. Brand new. Brand new. We'll probably have to detail this as well. Get the interior all 100%. Yep. Go ahead and do that too. Let's do that. Sure. Yep, she definitely cleaned up really nice. There we go. So that last 5% is going to be the back license plate, which we're not too worried about that right now. So we got 2 pretty cool Chevelles here. We got the Malibu with its color, and we also have this one with the Yanko livery to it. Slick. Very slick. I'm gonna have to think about liveries that we can get on the Camaro like that. So whether or not we do a Yanko, that's probably won't do that, but we'll get some cool racing stripes to go on it. It's got like a silver. Very nice, very classic. Let's get this over to get some alignments. Get all the alignments. Be a little out of whack. Okay, is she less out of whack? I mean, we want the lights on the road, but not quite that far down. There we go. So now we gotta check her out the dyno. And 307 at the base. We'll get over the dyno, see if we get all that base horsepower. Gets a little noisy in here, so just be aware if you got the volumes turned up there. Fair warning. There we go. Nice curve to it too. Class D 159. It's actually lower than the Malibu. So we're like on a 175, I think, on the Malibu. That's kind of interesting. We'll compare notes, I guess, as far as with this one and the Malibu. Get this back over to the left. Alright, so this one, we're at 159 in the Class D. This one I think was 170 something, wasn't it? 305, it's got a little bit more foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, we're at 175. That's kind of... Is that right? I thought the 454 SS had, should have more. I think it should be the other way around. Wonder if that config got flip-flop. Yeah, so this one's got 365 foot-pounds of torque, and I think this one had like 350 something. I feel like these are probably flip-flop. This should be the Malibu. And what the Malibu has should be on the Chevelle, on the SS. I could be wrong on that, but I know that's the way the Camaros went. I guess as far as usually the SS and the Z28 had a little bit more in horsepower than the base model. Like I said, I don't know as much, I guess, as far as on the Chevelles as I do Camaros. So that very well could be the case. I might have to ask and do some research on that. So anyway, we did get this to 100%. How do we do money-wise? Cool. 44,000. We got it for underestimated. So the fact that we made, well, a couple grand more, I guess, as far as what we actually bought it for. So this one's at 90,000. I think this one was at 69. End of the day, yep. So obviously got a little bit less value, I guess, as far as in the SS, which totally makes sense. So I think the next thing we're going to do, we already got this one here, still in here. Relative to this same car that we just worked on, only a lot worse shape. I'm going to go into the editor and see what we can do there. We're going to have to create a special config so we can make our drag. But let's check this out here. So let's save this up. And we'll go into the editor just to see what's in there. Yeah, we already saved our progress up there, so we should be good. Alright, into the editor we shall go. Need some editor music. Not that loud. That's better. Alright, so yeah, we've been doing some work on the Gen 2 Camaro. We've kind of showed what's going on with that. Let's load up our Chevelle, which will be this guy right here. What trims do we have? So there's the SS and the Malibu. That's the only two ones we have. So we have no drag. So we have to create our own. Okay. So based on what we could see, what we worked on in the game, I guess as far as kind of know what we're dealing with. So the default color, I guess as far as I know, they're black, which is pretty cool. Very clean car. I like the fact that it's got the hinges actually on the doors. I don't have that on our Gen 2. I've been trying to get some halfway decent hinges too, I guess as far as for our hood. That's a pretty simple... I never thought about going this way. I've been trying to design one that has the spring in it. And maybe I've just been kind of overthinking that. As far as a hinge for the hood. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Alright, at least we know what we're working with. We only got the two trims. As far as the Malibu and the, this one. Just making sure it's all the same in here. So, just looking at this. Where is the work mod? CCX is at 35. What's on the SS? $35. Okay, what did they do to adjust? Work mod. RPN. Malibu. Weight is a little bit less on the Malibu. Okay. A little bit confused on what they adjusted to get the horsepower. Huh. Alright, so that's the Malibu. Chevelle. 07. 1550 on the weight. This is the same. Torque mod is the same. That's odd. I would have expected to see a difference in this CX and or the torque mod. Get that engine in there. So what else was adjusted on this? Scale. Oh, the SS is a stock engine. Price modifier 2. That's on the SS. Malibu is 145. Yep. Okay. That's how you get the values change, I guess, as far as from one car to the next. That makes sense. I'm kind of confused as to what was adjusting to get the so I expected to see a change, I guess, as far as in the torque mod to the CX between the two cars. That's interesting. What in the world? So I guess they done something. I'm about to ask about that. So these are mostly just your tune parts, deals with your libraries and such like that. So this one does have, ooh, you got quite a bit of options, I guess, as far as for, what is that? Hold on. Baldwin black. I guess because it's a black car, I guess the first part I won't show. There's the white. Ooh, look at that. There's a black and a white version of that. Black stripes, obviously it's a black car, so that's not going to show. Full black. Red stripes. Classic, like it. This is more what I would probably go for, I guess, as far as on the N2 Camaro. This type of stripe. Solid. White stripes. Yanko full white. I guess it is white. I thought maybe it was more like silver. I see. So one does paint the the roof. I see. Cool. Very nice. Okay, so that's on the Malibu. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on how they adjusted the this here. That's all position, I think. I'm wondering if there's something I'm missing with how you adjust that. That was only with the understanding you can only do that through the torque or a CX. Don't see anything else different based on all this information. Huh. So if I did want to change that, I'm not sure what approach they took on this one. Okay, well, in any case, we need to create our own configuration and make a drag. So, okay, well, please, we'll go ahead and create our own configuration for this. Get into the proper directory. There we go. Alright, so getting into the proper directory for the game. Going to data, streaming assets. Actually, I'm in the wrong one. My bad. So, because it is a workshop mod, we gotta go into our workshop mod. This one is for Car Mechanic Sim. And for the Chevelle, that's gonna be this one. They even got the templates for the libraries. That's cool. Here's all the libraries we were checking out in the editor. Wait. So we need the SS. Whoops, not that. Not that. Gotta look at the config. This one is the SS. We'll make a copy of this dude. We're gonna make it as config 3. We'll do paste. Make this a config 3. Do those in succession. Like so, and we're gonna rename this one to SS drag. That way we know which one we're selecting in the editor. Save that. And then we also need to pair that up with the body config. So we'll make a copy of this one. And then rename it to body config 3. So that matches up the same as the main config. Like so. Now we got our config created. Now we can go into the editor. Go into the editor. We'll go straight up into the editor. We should be able to load that up. Okay, so SS comes up. Now we got our SS drag. This is the one we want to make changes to. Alrighty then, so let's get into it. Let's turn the body off. So we did make a note of how the exhaust does tend to clip into the axle here. I wonder if we can adjust that. Let's see here. No. Doesn't allow us to get as far as to adjust it only in one direction, so that's the only problem. That's our only problem. So it may come down to where we might have to adjust the track of the rear end. Kind of remove that clipping, I guess, as far as from that. You know, we could also make it to where I don't know if it'll let us break that down. Let me see if it does. We could leave the mufflers right off of it and just go middle muffler. See if it'll let us do that. Let's see here. So we got our exhaust. Let's see. That's going to be this part. See what we got here. Drop the engine. What would that? So what I'm trying to correct right now is just the mufflers clipping into the rear end. Let's see. So if we go Alt C, so that's going to be our little muffler. Probably not going to allow us. That's going to be that whole thing. Might have to go with a different type of exhaust altogether. It's Alt C start. That's a downpipe. This side. This is the other side. Gotcha. Let's try a different exhaust in here. So that's going to be all one piece there, unfortunately. So it's either we just go straight off headers and remove those, or we find something else to get as far as where it doesn't clip down there. Because on this end, it's all good. This all lines up really nice. As far as on the downpipe. So let me try some different. I don't know what that one is. Old Challenger. That's changing this one over here. This is for Challenger. Okay. Yep, still clipping over in this end. So I guess we're going to look at this end. CUDA. Okay. So a lot of these are going to be about the same, looks like. D. Definitely see it adjusting there. Not seeing it do anything on this end, though. Alright, so once we find something that's actually adjusting on this end. DC. E. That's the one side, that's DLC. We don't want that one. Old A. So it doesn't really change that on this end. Bummer. Part of me thinks, I think if we were to flip this, rotate it this way, that the muffler's, this angle here is facing towards the center, then we'd have a better orientation of that. So let me put this back on the C, where that originally was. Okay. Wait a minute. Why the heck aren't those lining up again? Let me reload this. That was lining up before. We haven't made any changes yet. Reload it. Okay, turn off the body. Oh, so it doesn't line up here. I got you. Okay, so I wasn't looking. I was looking. So on the Malibu, it was showing that it didn't line up here. So on here, it's not lining up down this line. I got you. So, alright. Yeah, we're definitely misaligned here. But what I want to try to do, go to parts, make sure we got the right feel. See, good deal. I'm gonna rotate this around on the, where's that at? What am I on here? That's this one. I need this guy. Alright. We rotate this. That would be on the X, I think. Yeah, on this here. So if we rotate this one 180. Nope, that's not the way we want it. Hold on. 2, 3. That must be on the Z. Yeah. This way. That way. This part is facing. Yeah, that's exactly where I want it. So we gotta put this back into position. Holy smokes, I put that way out of whack, didn't it? What is going on with that? Let's get this down here. I threw that way up in here, didn't it? Okay, so what I'm going to do is actually get these rotations to 0. Alright, throw that out. Cool. Get it lined up this way, and if we do need to add any additional rotation to it, we'll go from there. Yeah, so I'm definitely seeing what you meant there, Jack. So it's the exhaust doesn't line up in different locations on the Malibu, between the Malibu and the SS. And we need to go back some. Something like that. There we go. So how are we looking back here? So what'll happen doing it this way, it'll put the exhaust more into the center, out the back end. So the question is, do we want that look? Maybe not. So yeah, that'll put that like right next to each other down the center. So another thing that we could try, instead of doing a 180, let's do it 90 degrees. Like so. Where to put that? Oh my god, where'd it go? Oh, she's right there. Okay, she's below the ground. Bring her back. Oh crap. Bring her back up. We can put her sideways like this. This is the old school way of doing it too, I guess, as far as I don't know if that's gonna... No, I won't like that either. Slide this over. Could do it like this. Now, what might end up doing it this way is it's going to make...
Batman says Jrocken sports car, roll Jrocken sports car, roll Jrocken loop, Jrocken Zambi, Jrocken hyper, Jrocken whore.
That's an interesting combo. Yeah, so this might force us to flip up into the interior. We'll have to see how that goes. Let's see what this will do. Get closer. Down a little bit. Okay, one more. Something like that. So this is what we'll end up with. Going this way. Now we'll have to put some angle. Quite a bit of angle actually if we do it this way. Let me do a minus 90 on this. Face it up like that. I don't like the idea of that facing down though. That. Just feeling it out there, see what's which way it looks better. So if we put some rotation on this, that'll be on the X. Oops. 2. Yep. 5. Yeah, we'll have to change that. Make sure. How much do we need to have on this? Let's try a 3. Yeah, we could get that to line up there like that. You could go this route. Now, how does that look as far as it clipping through the body? Ooh. I don't know if I like that look. That was worth a try. That does clip through. Actually, it don't. Not that much. The only other thing is I would have to move the engine up to accommodate, I guess, that look. Let's see. Do we got room to be able to do that without it clipping through the interior? Check it out here. Open the doors. Alright, let's see if we got room to be able to do that. So go to the engine. This shown. We only put it up in the Z. This. Alright, let's see if we can bring that up. Now, I kind of like the way this one sits in here, I guess, as far as in the subframe. That's pretty legit. So by raising it higher, kind of takes away from that authenticity. You know, the way that subframe, I guess, as far as comes through the oil pan, I mean, that's pretty well lined up. I hate to really have to bring that up, I guess, as far as in order to accommodate, but we'll give it a try here. So let's bring this up like... Whoop, no, don't do that. Okay, so not the... Damn it. Alright, so... We gotta actually bring the downpipe up first. Get that to where it needs to be, and then we can adjust the engine. Let's get the downpipe. That'd be this guy. Get this up. Okay. And we'd have to move the engine up to accommodate that new position of the downpipe. Yep, so get this engine lined up to that. Something like that. Okay. Now, gotta raise that up too high. I mean, that's not terrible. I still like the way the the subframe actually. This is the way they are in actuality. I guess as far as you got the cross member to the subframe, that's to the oil pan. That's why you have that indent into the oil pan to accommodate that cross member on the subframe. Cool. Still debating whether or not we want to go this route. Have to bring that up just a little more, I think. You know, we could probably put these on an angle too, I guess, as far as we don't need to go full 90. So let's do this. Okay, where's that part at? Let's see, that's this one right here. So let's say, for example, we do it at a 45. Like so. Okay, let's get to that part. Okay. My marker, there it is. Okay. So this is going to clip a little bit more into the underbody. That's the only problem. But you have no clipping on the rear axle. So that's definitely, I think, an option. If we wanted to put exhaust on it at all. There's always the option we could just take them out completely and just leave it straight off the downpipe. But I think this is a feasible option. So, oh wow, it's even got that marking on the brake pad. That's pretty cool. Nice touch. Yeah, so it is clipping through here. That's what I was worried about. Bummer. Yeah, she's clipping through the floor. Yep, she definitely clips through the floor. Let's see. So if we go no rotation, goes like that. I wonder if minus 45. Does it look like this way? Oh my, where'd it go? She's right here. Yeah, that's gonna clip to the floor too, looks like. That. Yeah, that's gonna go. Yeah, we don't want it that way. That's all up into the underbody like that. That's no good. Well, the only thing we could do is put a side pipe on it, which I have seen the side pipes put onto it. Oldtimer did a nice rendition of that, I guess, as far as with the side pipes. But I think that is. Let me see what I got here. Side pipes. Where are the side pipes at? I don't remember if they're in this or not. I think you have to do that as a bonus part. And I don't usually like to use bonus parts, but might come down to that. Yeah, might come down to using a bonus part. Okay, let's see here. That's for a hood scoop. Spoiler. Guess we'd have to add it. Where's this one at? That one is on the roof, okay. Fair enough. We'd have to add a bonus part or side pipe. Alright, so let's do that. And that would be, is that the new one? Yeah. That would be down here. Okay, so what we want to do is put this one, we'll get this onto side pipe. Question is, where are they at? There they are, side pipe. Side pipe 2, side pipe 1. Now we can scale these, of course. And we need one that has a S bend on it. I don't think there is one for that. I don't think there is. We're gonna play around with this just to see. Obviously, we can scale this up. I'm leaning more towards the idea of taking out this exhaust completely, leaving that downpipe, we might do that. Problem is, how do we get that to bend into this guy? I don't know if there's a pipe that'll actually bend into that. This is my one problem with bonus parts in that regard. They're not perfect, I guess, as far as, and I guess that's what's kind of annoying. We definitely have to scale this up. Let's do it 2. Need it that big? Probably. One thing that bothers me about this is we don't have it bend into the downpipe. I'm gonna have to find something, I guess, as far as that'll allow it to do that. There's just not a lot of options by default, I guess, as far as for downpipe, especially for that type of engine. Trying to think of another car that has a side pipe option for these bonus parts. Bring this back. I'm going to leave this on here like that for now. We'll save our progress on that. That might be something we could go with. That's not a finalized position there, so I just want to make that clear. So I guess these bonus parts aren't really in the right position. Hold on a second. I'm gonna fix these up here while I'm at it. Not that I'd ever put them on there, but just because I know they're not right. So hood scoop. That would be in the spot. There. And part was spoiler. Yep. This is not even rotated the right way. What the world? Okay then. Put this on to 0. We'll see what we got here. Something like that. You need to spin around on Y, maybe? Yeah, something like that. Not that I would really ever put this on there, but get the position for it anyway. Okay. Readiness, that's bonus parts. Let's save this configuration. I need to look at another car that has side pipe bonus part option there. Just to get an idea. So I think the I can't remember which one has one. I think the Drag Monster van has that. Side. The heck is that one anyway? What the heck is that thing? Oh, you know what? I think it's gonna be up here. Yep, it's gonna be in the bulk cargo here, and it should be right here. Oh, let me see here. So oh no, that was done that way. That's right. So we could do something like this maybe, but this one's got the turbo in it. So it's got a different type of downpipe. This one's done kind of funky like that to get that orientation. Yeah. Okay. kind of exhaust does this have on it? Yep, that's got the turbo. This is the old E. Okay, so that's that part. And what else we got? Old E. Is that all it's got? Is just the old E? Okay, so that's all one piece there. I gotcha. Okay. That's just put entirely on an angle, I guess, as far as and it's scaled at. That's scaled at 1.1. This one's at 1.2. Interesting. Wonder why they got different scaling. Okay, not really what I was looking for, I guess, as far as I know on a bonus part side pipe option. Okay, so let's check. I don't know what other one has that. Here. Can't think of anything else off the top of my brain, I guess, as far as that has the bonus part side pipes. Yeah. I don't know which one. Oops. Get out of this. Yeah, because I think even Smokey did their own. Well, the rest of mod. This one does have side pipes, but I think that's their own design. Yeah, see, this one's got a S bend in it. So if we had some bonus pipes like this, that would be awesome. This is what we need as far as they have the S bend in it. As far as the bend this way instead of the straight under the car. If I could use these pipes, that'd be awesome. Alright, let's see. Go into here. Downpipe. Yeah, that's the only other one I can think of that has a side pipe. I like the way Smokey did this one, I guess, as far as to do that. That bends that way into the downpipe. Solid. Okay, well. Yeah, because I think even the way it did the Camaro, you go to the old school. These are kind of buried up into the rocker arm. Yeah, these are just kind of buried up into the rocker arm. Oh, wait a minute. This one does have... What kind of downpipe does this one have? This one got... This one's the old DC. What's the downpipe on it? So that just has the V8 starry. That would be up to this part. But it has the old DC. Okay, let me see what we got here. Oh, crap. He did it like that. So that's the old DC. He's got it like this. Okay, so what's that scaled at? 1, 2. Okay, we might be able to do something like that then. Old DC. Alright, we're going to try that with our Chevelle. Good option. So let's go ahead and do... no. Okay, so on this, we want the drag. Not going to worry about the other configs, at least for now. So if we put in the place of this here, put the DC. Go to parts. So instead of C, we'll do DC. Thought I already tried that, but I guess not. So this guy, where is it at? Where did I put that? Whoa, why did it make this one white? Wait, what happened to this config? That should have been black. Alright, reload that. I don't know why I did that, but okay. Had to reload that. Alright, so we're on the drag. Why did it make this white? What the frick? That is not what I did with that one. Alright, what did I screw up there? No. I have no idea what the heck I screwed up on that one. Son of a gun, anyway. Why did it change that? I don't understand. Never touched anything with the color. What the heck happened to this one? Oh my god. This is just telling me it's time for me to get off of this thing. I guess we'll go ahead and play around, I guess, as far as with some options there. I don't know what happened here. I didn't touch the color. The fact that it's not loading it right. Something got screwed up there, so I guess that's really just telling me I need to get out of this thing, because when it starts doing funky stuff like that, all I know is I saved it with it was black, so I'm gonna play with this in the off stream. I'm starting to lose my voice anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save this, I guess, as far as we'll come back into this on Monday. But I think there's definitely some room for options here for a drag version here. I just don't know what happened to this one. I'll have to start over with it. We'll create a new config and we'll go from there. Hopefully we'll have something to show, I guess, as far as for Monday on this. So I guess in the meantime here, folks, very much appreciate for those of you that did drop by and stick around for today. We did finally find this Chevelle, but we're just in that mode of creating a drag config. Probably put the bonus part on there for the side pipe. Might even just leave that DC on it. The old DC on it. I'm not sure yet. We'll see what we come up with. So just reloading some stuff here. So we've had a lot of things that are broken today. What's going on today? Okay, so let's bring him on. Hands off. Okay, so yeah, I think we're gonna end this off here, folks. Like I said, appreciate everybody that did drop by today. Hope you did enjoy it. Wednesday, I know I had a little bit of fun. Had some fun. I guess as far as on that Malibu and fixing up the Yenko Chevrolet Chevelle. We'll be back here for tomorrow for sure. Doing some NASCAR. Making our way through the Xfinity series there. So if you do care to want to see any of that action, and you haven't done so already, do make sure you hit the follow button on the channel, get the notification when the streams are live. Social medias are posted to the channel. I'll put these on your fingertips. We do like to discuss, I guess, as far as things going on in between streams, so feel free to check that out. We're gonna send this off to, I guess these. Okay, yes, I'm trying to get this to refresh. We're gonna check out some more Thunder there with Blitzkrieger. That's where we're gonna go in the outro. So if you can't stick around, I guess, as far as for the outro on the raid on the outro, I do very much appreciate that. Hope to see y'all again here real soon, folks. Later for now.